Hello everybody and welcome back to my channel. My name is Rux, I'm a Western tropical astrologer, and today we are going to be talking about October, the astrology of October, and of course your October horoscopes. There are timestamps for this video, so if you want to jump straight to your sign, you can do that. You're going to find the timestamps in the description box, also in the pinned comment. Before you do that, my massive recommendation is to please listen to the update for your rising sign, for your ascendant, because these kinds of general horoscopes that we're diving into today are created with the rising sign in mind for the most part. If you don't know what your rising sign is, then you can find it out by first and foremost, figuring out or finding out from your parents, from your birth certificate, what your time of birth is. And then you can go online. There's loads of free resources online. You can Google online natal chart generator and you put in your date, time, and place of birth. And that is how you will generate your astrological birth chart. And that is also where you're going to find out your ascendant, your rising sign. So if you want to skip the intro and jump straight to the sign that you're interested in, to your ascendant, or maybe to your partner's ascendant, you can absolutely do that. I did want to give you a heads up about the timestamps. Now, I also do believe that the intro is important. That's why it exists. October is a month. It is a month. There's loads of astrology happening in the sky, as per usual. I mean, never a dull moment. Let's put it this way. There are two particular transits that I like in October. Mars transiting through Scorpio the whole month, and Venus transiting through Libra. So Mars is going to be in domicile in Scorpio and Venus is going to be in domicile in Libra. So we have the celestial lovers in their domiciles, which is good for them, but also in many ways it can be good for us if we know, and if we, well, now you're gonna know, if we consciously tap into their energies. So Mars is the planet of action. It is the part of us, it corresponds to the part of us that wants to make things move, to make things happen, to take action. It is our stamina, our energy levels. It is our survival instinct. It is the warrior. It is our strength. It is the way that we assert ourselves. It is the way that we take action, the way we lead. It also shows us how we approach conflict, how we respond to conflict. Venus is the planet of harmony, relationships, love, pleasure, values. So we can all benefit in some shape or form from these two particular transits in October. And obviously I'm going to explain how in the update for each of the 12 zodiac signs. Now, before I go even more into the astrology of October, let me just say this. I'm a Western tropical astrologer. I generally start off with this. Therefore, all videos on my channel will follow Western tropical astrology. I work with the whole sign house system, in case you're wondering, for the astro geeks out there. And I am a full-time consulting astrologer. So if you want to work with me, I work with clients on a day-to-day basis. I do personal astrological readings, personal astrological consultations. I've been doing this for more than a decade. If you want to work with me, you can purchase a reading with me. You can purchase a consultation with me via my website, which is writteninthestars-astrology.com. You're also going to find my website in the pinned comment and in the description box. I am incredibly passionate about using astrology as a tool to help people reconnect with their soul's intentions and to better align with the cosmic cycles, because the universe doesn't just work willy-nilly. The universe has laws. It works in cycles. We are born, we grow, we peak, we die, we are transformed. Nature follows cycles, and it's the same with everything. So astrology helps us understand how we can better work with the cycles of the cosmos, how we can align ourselves with them, how we can take advantage of them, in obviously in a constructive way. Astrology does not in any shape or form take away our free will. I do want to put it out there. Think of astrology as the weather. You can make better informed choices if you know what the weather is going to look like, what the cosmic weather is going to look like. And from a more technical perspective, if that's something that you're interested in my practice, I do natal chart interpretation, which I believe is the cornerstone of astrology. Forecasting, obviously, which is why I create these horoscopes for the general population out there. So I do readings also specifically focused on the year ahead, forecasting, and so on. I do compatibility readings, relocation astrology using astrocartography and relocated charts. If you want to move, if you want to relocate, if you want to travel places, and you are curious as to how different places around the world will activate your natal chart, how you will feel in different places, we can also do that. I also do electional astrology for my clients. Electional astrology is the branch of astrology that selects auspicious dates for the beginning of a new endeavor, such as a business or a marriage, for instance. So these are just a few of the things, a few of the branches of astrology that I practice and that I am knowledgeable in, and that I am keen to share with you. So written in the stars-astrology.com, that's where you can find me. You know what to do. By the way, if you're a new client, the 1 hour, 15 minutes Zoom consultation is the one to go for. If you're an existing client, then you've got other options as well, such as the 30 minutes follow-up consultation if you have some specific questions or one particular area of focus, or the year ahead forecast, the 12 months ahead forecast, which you can purchase at any point. It doesn't have to be your birthday. A lot of people do purchase the year ahead forecast around their birthday, but you can purchase it at any point. And I'm also a tarot reader, just as an FYI. So if tarot is your thing, you can also find the tarot reading option on my website. So let's go back to October. As I said, I love Venus transiting through Libra. This transit is going to start off on the 13th of October until the first week of November. Relationships are going to benefit from this. Relationships will see an improvement. It is a good time to invest in relationships. It is a good time to maybe improve relationships. Maybe the only exception to that would be the 14th of October, when Venus opposes Neptune. Relationships can be a tad disappointing on this day, maybe because one party is interested in making things work for everyone involved, and one party just wants to adhere very, very strictly to their individualistic ideals. Therefore, someone's bound to get disappointed. There can also be lies, deceit coming into the mix. A diplomatic relationship might suffer around the 14th of October. Mars in Scorpio is like the surgeon's needle, okay? Like the surgeon's knife. It is action powered by intense feelings and desires in a concentrated manner, and it's just going to get things done. I'm just going to put it out there. The month kicks off on the 1st of October with a Mercury-Jupiter square, Mercury in Libra squaring Jupiter. Lots of talks, big words, big talks, big conversations. People are kind of like talking a big game. Everyone's talking about feelings and relationships and home and family, and conversations are generally super like optimistic and uplifting, and sometimes people might be prone to glossing over the less pleasant details because they don't want to rub anyone the wrong way. Just let me say this on the 1st of October. But there can be a tendency to overpromise and underdeliver. So just saying. 6th of October, Mercury, planet of thought and speech and communication, goes into Scorpio. So we're no longer going to be trying to please people through the tactful use of our words. No. The mind goes into deep territory, into investigative territory. The mind becomes much more skeptical, and the tongue becomes sharper. Mercury in Scorpio is actually known for its sarcasm, for its sarcastic speech. We've got a full moon in Aries coming up on the 7th of October. Action-packed, loads happening. This full moon is ruled by Mars in Scorpio, so action is kind of like seeing rapid results, I dare say. Covert action could also see quick results around this time. 11th of October, Venus in Virgo opposes Saturn in Pisces. Now, Venus is going to be in Virgo until the 13th of October. And on the 11th, you might also feel this energy a day before and a day after. A relationship is just like sort of like tedious and hard and difficult. And it just feels like it ain't going anywhere, especially in the professional space. I did mention 14th of October, Venus opposing Neptune. On the same day, Venus trines Uranus and Pluto. I feel like taking a more unconventional approach to communication and relationships is going to work out well for us around this time. We've got to think a little bit outside of the box if we want to make things work with someone. Pleasant, unexpected encounters are also very, very possible. And unexpected alliances seem to be forming in the shadows. Pluto goes direct in Aquarius on the 14th of October. So planet of transformation going direct means, okay, more transformation incoming for large masses of people. 17th of October, Sun opposing Chiron in the sky in Aries and squaring Jupiter. Sort of like exacerbates the feeling of someone getting their ego bruised a little bit. That's how I'm gonna interpret this. There's also a possibility that some efforts towards peace and diplomacy and harmony are not really functioning as expected because someone's really intent on getting their way because they've been hurt in the past. Mercury conjuncts Mars in Scorpio on the 20th of October. Words are really, really, really gonna sting on this day, and speech is probably going to be really. Again, I feel like using all sorts of metaphors from the sphere of medicine. Words are going to be once again like the surgeon's like needle. They're going to be kind of like pointed at really clear targets. New Moon in Libra, 21st of October, ruled by Venus in Libra, a beautiful fresh start of like harmony and peace, and new relationships are kind of like new alliances, new partnerships, new collaborations are taking place, are in their incipient stage, but they're sort of like slowly blossoming. Neptune re-enters Pisces on the 22nd of October, all the way until, let's see, let me double check, folks, until 2026, but when? Until the last week of January of 2026. So Neptune's got a little bit of extra work left to do in Pisces until January of 2026. And then it goes into Aries to stay for quite some time, for more than a decade. Neptune re-entering Pisces is probably going to bring back our attention to Piscean topics such as pharmaceutical, like the pharmaceutical industry, drugs, spirituality, religion, and so on. And Neptune's gonna dissolve some things there, I will just say. Sun goes into Scorpio. Scorpio season begins 23rd of October, and it will immediately on the 24th of October square Pluto in Aquarius. Would you look at that? So the spotlight is going to be shown on some secrets associated with communities, groups of people, on someone maybe in a position of power, someone maybe not doing things the right way when it comes to how they've been utilizing their power over and influence maybe over communities of people, over groups of people. Mercury will trine Jupiter on the 24th of October. Conversations are once again really productive. They're going places. They're very inspiring. I feel like heart-to-heart conversations are almost like a godsend around the 24th of October. It feels like it's safe to talk about sensitive topics. And there's this feeling of like optimism and trust that things will be okay, even if they haven't been okay up until this point. Mercury trines Saturn on the 25th of October. Great day for intellectual work. Great day to get a like hard mental job done. Great day to go take your car to, I don't know, the garage to get it fixed. 28th of October, Mars trines Jupiter. Great day for like sporting events, to take action, to maybe go after your big dreams, to take a leap of faith. And 29th of October, Mars trines Saturn. So really hard work is getting done. And courage is sort of like overcoming long-term obstacles in a very productive way, in a successful way. Also, 29th of October, Mercury goes into Sagittarius and immediately it opposes Uranus. Folks, if you can not travel on the 29th of October, I would recommend not traveling, because Mercury opposing Uranus spells travel disruption, communication disruption, internet going down, Wi-Fi going out the window or going down, commerce and commercial kind of like activities not functioning properly, sudden events that sort of like shake up the digital sphere. I mean, I am also thinking of like hacks, of like cyber attacks, but essentially it feels like there's a malfunction of some sorts. So do be aware of the fact that plans and things could change at the very, very last minute. 29th of October is a day of sudden, unexpected, disruptive announcements. And those are the most important dates in October. Like I said, you're gonna see the signs, the timestamps for each of the 12 zodiac signs in the description box and in the pinned comments. And again, please listen to the update for your rising sign if you can. If you don't know what your rising sign is, you can listen to the update for your sun sign. My dear Aries, Aries suns and Aries risings, October of 2025. What does it have in store for you, Aries? Well, the month kicks off on the very 1st of October with a Mercury-Jupiter square. There might be loads of talks, loads of socializing, loads of potentially debating ideas at home with family members, potentially also discussing big topics with your significant other. Topics concerning your living situation, your family life, the real estate sector, possibly. I believe you might literally also be discussing philosophical matters or spiritual matters or political matters with family members around the 1st of October, maybe also a day before and a day after. There is a tendency to exaggerate in communication around the 1st of October. Maybe you're not the one exaggerating. Maybe it's your parent or another family member. So do take things with a little bit of a pinch of salt. Also careful not to overpromise and underdeliver the other way around. Or if someone is promising something to you, just sort of, I repeat, take it with a little bit of a pinch of salt, because they might not be able to live up to the expectations that they have set. 6th of October, Mercury goes into Scorpio in your 8th house, all the way until the 29th of October. So your mind is probably going to be focused on financial matters, debts, taxes. You might also have some serious conversations around potentially quite difficult topics over the next few weeks with maybe your spouse, maybe a business partner, maybe also siblings or the people that you work with. It could be employees, but it could also be colleagues. 7th of October, active 3 days before, 3 days after, we have a full moon in Aries. This is probably going to be one of the most significant astrological events for Aries in October. The full moon is happening in your sign. Of course, you are in the spotlight. And Mars, the ruler of the full moon, is going to be in your 8th house of transformation. Mercury will be squaring Pluto also, so there's a lot of focus on rebirth, transformation, regeneration, but also potentially crisis reaching some sort of a culminating point. Now, what is this full moon about? So it feels like you are reaching a conclusion or there's some sort of outcome coming to fruition in your life when it comes to one of the following topics. When it comes to a financial matter, so this could be the time when you finally pay someone what you owe to them. Maybe you pay them back. Maybe you cover a debt. If anyone owes you money, they might be in a position to pay you back, and you might feel like, hey, finally, this is done. It's over. We can move on with our lives. I'm not gonna lie, this can actually be quite a stressful time for couples. There might be some intense exchanges around the topic of finances, but also potentially around the topic of intimacy, around the topic of sharing, vulnerability. There could be some sort of a crisis in couples that culminates with some sort of a radical decision on your part. Now, the radical decision, when I say things like this, people think, oh, are people breaking up? Am I breaking up with my partner? I'm like, no, but you might decide, I'm just going to do this. I'm done with the whole like negotiating, the whole back and forth. I'm done with the waiting. I'm done with the passive attitude. I'm just going to go for it. I feel like you're going for something at the time of this full moon, regardless of whether you're in a relationship or not. This may be also a full moon that puts you face to face with a very strong competitor, with a very strong adversary. And I believe you might have an aha moment as to what this adversary has that you don't have, or what they do better compared to how you do things. So let's say you are kind of like put face to face with a competitor in the workspace. You might acknowledge, hey, this person is much better at managing their time, at managing their resources, at going after clients, for instance. And you might take some really good insights out of what your competition does better than you. I also believe you may take some sort of action. I repeat, radical action when it comes to a one-to-one interaction, such as you working with an advisor, a consultant, a coach, a therapist. Basically, it could go either way. You could decide they're no longer the person for you. They're no longer the person that you want to work with. Or you could decide, hey, I'm going to go all in. I'm going to pay this person. This person is worth their money. The full moon is also putting the spotlight on your physical body, on how you show up in the world, on your appearance, on your looks, on your personal branding, on your relationship with yourselves, Aries. And you may feel very, very, very determined, very kind of like intensely about making a change, making a big transformation in this regards. Please, don't overexert yourselves, don't exhaust yourselves physically, because there is a tendency to do so. So you don't want to burn yourselves out around the time of this full moon. Also, secrets coming to the surface. They could be secrets related to a loved one, related to a romantic partner, but also secrets connected with a business partner, and you might need to take a decision as to whether you're going to work with them moving forward or not. Now, Venus has been transiting through Virgo in your house of day-to-day work as of September. Don't remember the date exactly, but it's going to be transiting this part of your chart all the way until the 13th of October, my lovely Aries, when it goes into Libra. Now, before it goes into Libra, Venus is going to be opposing Saturn on the 11th of October. You might also feel this energy the day before and the day after. Essentially a relationship in the workspace. So it could be a relationship with a client, with a colleague, with an employee if you hire people. A relationship is not really working as it should be working. You might encounter difficulties. You might encounter challenges in collaborating with this person, and I do believe you might need to be very practical and realistic as to whether this is going to function moving forward. It also feels to me like if you're in a romantic relationship that you are encountering some concrete difficulties on a day-to-day basis when it comes to the dynamic that you have between you and your partner. For instance, you might have agreed that someone's going to take out the trash and someone's going to, I don't know, offload the dishwasher. Is that the right word? Offload the dishwasher? I don't use a dishwasher. I just wash the dishes by hand. So hence my ignorance. In any case, I'm kind of making light of it. You might be really annoyed with this person. I am going to put it out there. I don't believe you're going to You're going to get them to do things your way. I don't believe you're going to want to do things their way. So it feels like you're at a little bit of a stalemate. Now, 13th of October, pretty much until the end of the month. But let me just double check, Aries. Venus is going into your house of relationships, so this is great for your relationship sector. All relationships, not just romantic, but especially romantic relationships. You guessed it, because Venus is, after all, the planet of love, harmony, beauty, and so on, and peace also. So Venus is going to be transiting Libra in your 7th house until the 6th of November. So what does that mean? It means that all relationships are likely to experience an improvement. People are much more inclined to be accommodating, to want to please you, to want to do things your way. You might find a lot of pleasure in interacting with others. And as I said, this is a great time for romantic interactions. Regardless of whether you're single, regardless of whether you're in a relationship already, it's a great time to go out on dates. There is one exception. I don't really like the 14th of October when Venus is opposing Neptune. 14th of October when Venus opposes Neptune, it could be that someone's trying to please you. Someone's trying to really get you to see them in a positive light. It could be a romantic partner, but it could also be someone else. It could be someone that you work with. It could be a business partner. It could be a collaborator. And you're just not having it. You are a little bit disenchanted. You're a little bit disappointed with people in general. And you might actually disappoint someone that truly is trying really hard to get on your good side around the 14th of October. So just as an FYI, this is not necessarily the best date for relationships in general. Nevertheless, also on the 14th of October, Venus is trining Uranus and Pluto. You may have some really enlightening conversations that get you to realize, hey, this is what I value in relationships. You might actually connect with some really cool people, some really interesting people. If you're meeting with friends, this is a great day. So it's not necessarily a great day for dates, but it is a great day to socialize in general. Also, 14th of October, Pluto goes direct in Aquarius in your 11th house. So all systems go when it comes to transforming your vision for the future. 17th of October, the Sun in Libra is opposing Chiron and it's squaring Jupiter. What a sensitive day, 17th of October. Maybe also day before and day after, you might feel this energy. Essentially, someone's trying to get you to collaborate with them. Someone's trying to get you to make some sort of a compromise. You're not having it. Your feelings are a little bit hurt. You're a little bit touchy. You're a little bit defensive. There could be a third person getting involved in this whole thing. Maybe someone who's trying to play the role of the mediator. There's big feelings. There's big emotions. There's big reactions. You might be the one that is touchy and defensive, Aries, and you might even feel triggered by someone trying to help. And it could be that it's a partner that's trying to help, or a parent that's trying to help, or essentially someone from the outside, either someone that you interact with one-to-one or someone close to you, maybe like a family member. They're trying to help in what regards? They're trying to find a solution to a problem that affects multiple people, including you, but you are, I repeat, you're triggered somehow. Maybe you're feeling like they're trying to get you to compromise when you don't want to, and it's activating some old, maybe like childhood wounds, let's say. I would be careful if I were in your shoes not to overreact, and make sure that you have understood the message correctly and you're not taking things the wrong way. 20th of October, Mercury conjuncts Mars in Scorpio in your 8th house. Some really, some really intense conversations. Careful with your words. Words can bite, words can sting, words can hurt. Do use them wisely. There's also a possibility that someone might, with their words, trigger a sore spot and a sensitive spot within you, and essentially it could all escalate into a big argument, into a big conflict. I would be aware of the fact that this person might not know that they have brought up a topic that is really sensitive to you. Your mind is also, however, very active on the 20th of October, especially when it comes to matters connected with finances, matters connected with your health, matters connected with whatever needs to be transformed in your life. And I do believe you are ready to kind of put your money where your mouth is, so to speak. And sometimes you just have to call things by their name. 21st of October, new moon in Libra, ruled by Venus in Libra. A beautiful, beautiful, beautiful new moon. A fresh start when it comes to a collaboration, a relationship, a partnership, a one-to-one interaction. For some people, this could be a fresh start in the romantic sector. So if you're single, you could meet someone, or this could be the sort of like official new beginning of a relationship. For some people, it could also be the fresh start of a new collaboration work-wise. If it is a new collaboration work-wise, it's probably going to be a very, very lucrative one. You're probably working in partnership with someone who can bring you really good money, really good clients, who can sort of like complement really nicely your resources. You might also commit to doing things a little bit differently in your relationship sector after having had some maybe more challenging times at the beginning of the month, especially around the 11th of October. 23rd of October, the sun goes into Scorpio. Before that, on the 22nd, Neptune re-enters Pisces in your 12th house all the way until January of 2026, until the end of January. So Neptune is saying, hey, there's more that needs to be dissolved when it comes to your spiritual life and your subconscious material. And then with the sun going into Scorpio from the 23rd of October for a month, the spotlight is going to be placed on whatever needs to be transformed, regenerated, maybe like purged in your life. There's also going to be a very, very strong focus on the topic of debts, taxes, shared resources, shared finances for the next month. 24th of October, Sun squares Pluto. This is not great. I'm like, no, probably not the easiest of days, 24th of October. There is a spotlight placed on a challenging aspect of your friendship sector. Maybe the spotlight is placed on a secret. Maybe the spotlight is placed on a betrayal. Maybe the spotlight is placed on some buried, difficult feelings. In any case, it feels like it's really, really clear how a friendship is transforming around this time. It could also be very clear to you how your future is going to change moving forward. There could also be events and circumstances unfolding in your life, Aries, concerning children and concerning their involvement with groups of people, their involvement with communities, various organizations. Essentially, they may no longer activate within certain circles and communities, and they may no longer maybe attend certain group events, such as, I don't know, playing football with a club, moving forward. Also, 24th of October, Mercury trines Jupiter. I do believe this is a very, very beautiful day when it comes to reaching an agreement on home-related matters, family-related matters, maybe also talking about things such as education, I'd say. I also believe you can open up to a family member about something that's been hurting you, something that's been causing suffering, and they're probably going to offer support. They might offer wisdom, and they might help you overcome this mental load. 25th of October, Mercury trines Saturn. Your mind is being put to use in a very constructive way, and you might deal with some really kind of like hard things from a mental perspective, such as filing your taxes or I don't know, like cleaning things up in your files on your computer. The mind is really organized. And it's organized towards purging and cleansing and clearing out and restructuring things. You might also come up with very good practical solutions when it comes to solving some issues concerning money, finances, maybe concerning a parent. 28th of October, Mars trines Jupiter. Okay, this is lovely. Big, significant action on a large, sort of like on a big scale level. Did I say the word big many times? It's all big. It's all fast. It's all happening. And it's happening quickly. Essentially, I see some sort of rapid action concerning transformation at home, in the home place, in the family sector. The transformation could involve tangible matters such as moving. It could also involve tangible matters such as buying a house, selling a house. I feel like money is involved in this transformation, but you seem to be really happy with how money is being spent and with how your money is being directed. You could also pay a significant amount of money to maybe expand the home or something along those lines. 29th of October, Mars trines Saturn. I love the 28th and the 29th and the 25th. These are probably some of my favorite days, Aries. You are making things happen, both on the 28th as well as on the 29th. On the 28th, you're seeing the big picture and you're taking action, sort of like motivated by this greater vision in the home space and your family life. 29th, I feel like you are solidifying the action that you've been taking maybe a few days prior, and things are kind of like settling, and you're kind of like controlling your energy in a very resourceful way when it comes to what it is that you want to achieve in your personal life. There's a lot of focus on your personal life, and you are achieving a lot in your personal life. I repeat, concerning family, concerning home and living situation, potentially also concerning legal matters, such as, let's say, applying for a mortgage. So things are happening, and they're happening really fast for you, Aries. So I feel like you are hitting the bullseye. You are kind of like hitting your mark when it comes to some significant goals in your private life. 29th of October, Mercury goes into Sagittarius in your 9th house. So you're thinking of the big picture. You're thinking of traveling. You're thinking of dealing with legal matters or with your education. Also on the 29th, Mercury is opposing Uranus. Not the best day for travel, if you ask me. I mean, flights can get canceled, like planes, I don't know, getting delayed on the tarmac, I think it's called. Trains not working, something malfunctioning with a car. So I would have a backup plan. So just as a bit of an FYI. And that is Aries. My lovely Taurians, Taurus suns and Taurus risings. October of 2025, what is cooking? What's going on in the sky, Taurians? Well, Venus is going to be transiting Virgo all the way until the 13th of October. Venus is your chart ruler. It does seem to me like you can still have fun. It does seem to me like you can enjoy the things that make you kind of happy, that you just do for the sake of pure, I repeat, like enjoyment and pleasure. Whether that has a productive side to it or not, it doesn't really matter, but it could have a productive side to it. I'm going to be honest. So you might feel inspired. You may feel like it's a good time for self-care. You may feel like it's a good time to clean up your life. You may feel like it's a good time to focus on your health. Maybe focus on practical hobbies such as gardening, I don't know, growing vegetables, and so on. With Venus transiting Virgo in your 5th house, you might also feel like it's a good time to date overall, all the way until the 13th of October. I don't like the 11th of October for dating in particular, and I don't like the 11th of October for anything fun either in general, because people are unreliable. So if you've planned something with your friends, if you've planned something with, I don't know, maybe even like your work colleagues, if you have anything that you want to get done concerning your creative projects around the 11th of October, I would either get it done sooner or later, because on the 11th, there's some sort of external like challenges, obstacles, difficulties that just result in things not working out as you thought they would work out. Now, if we talk about your passions and hobbies, it could just feel like duty calls someplace else. If we talk about dating, again, people might be unreliable or they might have to work. So let's say you have like a date schedule in your calendar and your significant other or whoever it is that you're dating says, no, I gotta stay late into work and wrap up this project. Speaking of projects, if you are working on anything creative in the workspace, I would not launch it or I would not present it to the world around the 11th of October, maybe a day before and a day after, because it might not be getting the feedback that you wanted to get. It is a good time to revisit creative projects and sort of like look at them through the lens of maybe an external figure of authority, maybe even like ask for the feedback of an external authority figure. You might not like what they say, but it could actually be very useful. So that's happening. If you have kids, it's a great time to spend like the beginning of October with them. I mean, obviously, if you have kids, you probably want to spend a lot of time with them, not just the beginning of October, but generally there might be a lot more enjoyment found in the time and in the interactions in the time spent with children and in the interactions between you and your children all the way until the 13th of October, with the exception of the 11th of October, maybe also the day before and the day after. If you have older kids, one of your children could go through maybe a little bit of a heartbreak, or they might be down. They might be feeling a little bit blue, so just as an FYI. Now, your chart ruler goes into Libra on the 13th of October in your 6th house, all the way until the first week of November. So, Taurians, you're going to be very, very invested in your work, in your health, in your daily routines, and I dare say you are going to really enjoy the work that you're doing. You are going to really enjoy focusing on your health, maybe getting into the groove of things, maybe setting up a new routine, a fresh routine. Especially the 21st of October, when we have a new moon in your 6th house, is a great time to kick off a new chapter from a routine perspective. So if you wanted to go back to, I don't know, practicing yoga on a day-to-day basis, this new moon in Libra on the 21st of October is super, super, super helpful. And if you just want to kind of do better routine-wise, maybe stick to healthier habits, maybe set up a new habit of like even catching up with, for instance, family members or loved ones once a week or even once a month. This new moon on the 21st of October is incredibly, incredibly, incredibly helpful. Now, from a work perspective, as I said, you're probably going to enjoy generally the entire transit of Venus moving through your 6th house. If you're looking to attract work, this is from the 13th of October until the first week of November. This is a very, very, very good transit. So opportunities work-wise might come to you. If you want to attract new clients, this is a great time. If you are looking for work, if you're applying for new jobs, you might have a new job offer, or you might actually have a really significant opportunity landing on your doorstep, especially around the 21st of October, at the time of the new moon in Libra. Let's say you are not changing jobs. The new moon on the 21st of October might bring in a new project, a new colleague, a new coworker, a fresh start work-wise that you are super happy with, and that is very aligned with your values, my lovely, lovely Taurians. Relationships with colleagues, coworkers, and people that you interact with on a day-to-day basis are also likely to see an improvement throughout the entire transit of Venus in Libra. And you might actually start working with someone new from a health perspective also around the 21st of October. But you could also just, for instance, kind of start attending maybe new classes health-wise. So maybe you're going to Pilates, maybe you're going to do yoga again, and you could connect with some really cool individuals that you love hanging out with. So I'm loving this transit for you. I am going to flag some dates that I don't necessarily like. The date that I don't like when it comes to Venus transiting Libra is the 14th of October. Maybe also the day before and the day after, but especially the 14th, when Venus is opposing Neptune. So some interactions, if they feel too good to be true, they probably are. I'm referring especially to interactions with people in the workspace, but maybe also with people in the health sector, in the health sort of industry. So if someone's promising the stars and the moon and the sky, so let's say you decide to start working with a new personal trainer and you catch up with them on the 14th of October and they're like, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, we're going to make all of this happen. So if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. So I would take things with a little bit of a pinch of salt. There is also a possibility that something could malfunction at work around the 14th of October because someone has made a mistake. You might also get quite annoyed in the workspace because you're trying to kind of like maintain and preserve the balance and preserve harmony and do things work-wise in a manner that is conducive to equilibrium, but something's going on behind the scenes. Maybe someone is trying to sabotage you, or maybe that's a little bit too dramatic. Maybe there are some things malfunctioning behind the scenes that you're not aware of that are essentially sabotaging your efforts. So I would dig deeper, and I would also remember that not everyone has the same agenda that you have, so do be on the lookout for that. Also careful around the 14th of October with any sort of excess that could lead to health problems, especially excess involving Venusian things such as sugar, for instance. Now, obviously, I'm not a doctor. This is not medical advice, so please take the advice of your doctor above everything else. Obviously. Also, 14th of October, Venus trines Uranus and Pluto. It does feel like something is coming to fruition in the workspace, but also potentially in your health sector in a very kind of unexpected manner. And when I say something is coming to fruition, it could be a project that involved you thinking outside of the box, that involved you maybe working with some new people, maybe welcoming in some new ideas. Health-wise, this could be materializing as you being open to a novel way of doing things, maybe to a novel kind of like alternative way of doing things. Now, I know some of you are going to absolutely hate the fact that I do this, but I'm going to go back in time. I had to address these two transits, so Venus in Virgo and Venus in Libra for you Taurians, because Venus is your chart ruler, especially for Taurus ascendants. Now, if we go back in time, so let's do chronological order. 1st of October, Mercury is squaring Jupiter. You might also feel this energy a day before and a day after. I feel like there's a lot of conversations, there's a lot of big talks happening in the workspace. It could all be a little bit too much, and things could sort of like be exaggerated. So if someone is talking a big talk, maybe just ask them to clarify, or maybe just kind of double check with them that they are being accurate in their representation of the truth, essentially, because things might not exactly be as this person describes them. So there is a tendency to exaggerate and to be a little bit all over the place, communication-wise and conversation-wise in the workspace around the 1st of October. 6th of October, Mercury goes into Scorpio until the 29th. So your mind is probably going to be very focused on other people, relationships, partnerships, collaborations, but also your competition and your adversaries. We do have a full moon in Aries on the 7th of October, active 3 days before, 3 days after. Mars is going to be in your 7th house of one-to-one interactions and partnerships. To me, this looks like a crisis at work. I'm just going to be really honest. If it's not a crisis at work, it could be a crisis from a health perspective. Now, that doesn't mean that it cannot be fixed, it cannot be handled, it cannot be actioned super quickly. I do actually believe that it will be taken care of really, really quickly, but it looks like you need someone else to take care of it really quickly for you. So if something goes on in the workspace, if something, metaphorically speaking, blows up, do make sure that you know who to reach out to immediately. And time is of the essence. So my recommendation would be to move fast. Fast, there is no time to waste. It could be a time-sensitive matter. And if you reach out to the right person and the right person jumps in, quickly, crisis averted, right? There could be a full-blown conflict at work also. To me, it does look like whoever it is that you are in a whoever it is that you're having the argument with, whoever it is that you are opposing, they do have a lot of power. They are not to be messed with. So do choose your adversaries very wisely. There is a possibility that a work-related project could be coming to an end. So what does that mean? If you're working for yourselves, a client could leave, or someone could say, hey, we've worked together for so long, but I am done. I'm now going to collaborate with someone else. There's also a chance that some of you could be leaving your existing job. You might be done. You might say, I am no longer going to be taking any of this. Do be careful what you say. Mercury is going to be squaring Pluto, so words are going to weigh very, very heavily at this point in time. So don't say I quit unless you absolutely know you're going to quit. And also, if anything comes up from a health perspective, my recommendation would be to treat it as something, once again, that can be fixed, but that needs to be dealt with quickly, okay? Pluto goes direct in your house of career, public status, and public reputation on the 14th of October. So the transformation continues from a professional perspective and from a status perspective, especially for Taurus ascendants. 17th of October, the Sun opposes Chiron and squares Jupiter. Some really kind of like challenging talks in the workspace. Someone with a big ego is maybe feeling attacked. They are making a mountain out of a molehill, I think is the expression. But the thing is, you're sort of like caught up in the middle. So you can't pretend that it's not happening. You can't pretend that, hey, it's no big deal. This person could feel like it's a really, really, really big deal. Now, maybe what needs to be done is sort of a little bit of fact checking. I also believe that some challenging conversations could be happening around your health sector, especially around what needs to change concerning your habits. Now, part of you might be a little bit in denial. Part of you might try to prove whoever it is that you're talking to wrong. So maybe you're trying to prove your doctor wrong, or you're trying to prove your health practitioner wrong. My recommendation would be to slow down and check in with yourselves, Taurians, and say, hey, maybe I'm not looking at this the right way. Maybe this is not about being right or wrong. Maybe this is purely and truly about my health and what works and what doesn't work for me. So I would recommend a little bit of giving the other person the benefit of a doubt and not allowing strong feelings to take over. We did talk about the new moon in Libra, 21st of October, which I repeat, for some people could also bring a new job or a fresh start work-wise. That is actually really auspicious. Neptune re-enters Pisces on the 22nd of October in your 11th house. So it's not done with your 11th house, Neptune, all the way until January of next year. So you probably still have some dissolving, some surrendering, some letting go that needs to take place when it comes to your goals and plans for the future, but also potentially when it comes to friendships, communities, organizations that you're a part of. The Sun goes into Scorpio on the 23rd of October, and for the next month, the focus is probably going to be on your partnership sector and relationship sector, but also on collaborations and one-to-one interactions with other people. 24th of October, not the easiest of days. Sun square Pluto, power clashes, ego clashes, all the clashes with someone in a position of power. This is a strong adversary that you've chosen, Taurus. Again, to me, it feels like you have to choose wisely, choose your battles, and if you are going to confront this person, know that it could alter things completely for you from a career perspective and from a status perspective. So unless you're willing to kind of like genuinely burn bridges and burn things to the ground, then I would think twice. There is also a possibility that it could become very obvious in the eyes of the world how one of your relationships has been going through a shift, how it's been going through a change. Maybe some sort of a secret is coming to the surface. And there's also a possibility, if you are in a relationship, that your partner could be going through a transformation at home, maybe connected with one of the parents. It does feel like a pretty serious transformation, so it might require some adjustment on your end as well. Mercury is going to be trining Jupiter at the time on the 24th of October. So I do believe you're able to talk to this person. You're able to talk to your partner. You are able to, if you want to, of course, you are able to kind of like bring the conversation back to it focusing on the big picture and on the greater vision, as opposed to on the clash in like styles, and as opposed to the power struggles that I also see potentially unfolding at the same time. 25th of October, 28th and 29th, probably some of my favorite days. Genuinely, Taurians. 25th, Mercury trines Saturn. Really constructive conversations around your career, really constructive conversations around the future happening in your interaction with partners, business partners, bosses. Really constructive conversations also with children. I repeat, if you do have kids. So things are actually working quite nicely. I feel like you are on the same page with someone, and that gives you a lot of confidence in the future. 28th of October, Mars trines Jupiter. Things are happening really fast in one of your relationships or in one of your partnerships, and they are happening. They are happening in such a way that they seem to be propelling you forward towards the achievement of one of your goals for the future. I do believe you're ready to take a risk with someone. I do believe you're ready to follow this person. I do believe they're talking a big talk, but they are able to deliver on whatever it is that they're promising. There could also be some really fast developments happening in your life when it comes to buying something, selling something, or when it comes to signing some sort of a contract with someone. So a great day for all of this. 29th of October, Mars trines Saturn. Action meets structure, action meets control and planning and looking at the big picture. So you are working very nicely with someone towards your long-term success. You are receiving some really, really good insights, and they're giving you a boost in terms of how to move forward. You could also be giving someone else a boost in terms of how to move forward to achieve their goals. I feel like you're also taking action on behalf of someone else and maybe helping them achieve one of their goals. This is also a great day to sign contracts, maybe take the lead within a group type of setup. So take the lead on behalf of a community or an organization. I love this day on so many different levels. And 29th of October, Mercury goes into Sagittarius and it opposes Uranus and Gemini. You might also feel this energy the day before and the day after. Disruption when it comes to what you had planned from a financial perspective. So maybe an unexpected expense comes up, or maybe you need to revisit your credit card agreement. Maybe you are completely taken aback by someone's approach to money and finances. There's also a possibility that someone who was supposed to bring some money into your life all of a sudden bolts and says, no, I can't do this. I have other expenses. Don't count on me. Mercury, especially opposing a planet in Gemini, could also bring an unexpected expense and some sort of a sudden development concerning laptops, computers, phones, any sort of like technological devices, but also cars and transportation. So maybe the money that you have to spend out of the blue has something to do with buying a new phone or fixing your phone, for example. That's just a possibility. I apologize. That is Taurus. My lovely Geminis. Gemini suns and Gemini risings. What's going on in October, Geminis? So Venus is going to be transiting Virgo all the way until the 13th of October. If you want to host people at home, if you want to improve your relationships with family members, take advantage of this transit. If you want to beautify the home, if you want to, I don't know, like repaint a wall, if you want to do a little bit of a do-it-yourself kind of job, this transit is hugely helpful. Now, Venus will be opposing Saturn. 11th of October. You might feel it also the day before and the day after. You might want to spend time at home with loved ones. You might want to spend time at home on your creative project of, I don't know, redecorating your child's room. But work calls, duty calls, You're needed somewhere outside of the home. And as much as it's a bummer, as much as it pains you to do this, you might even have to like disappoint a family member and say, hey, I gotta go to work. I gotta take care of this matter. I have to take this client call. The relationship with a family member, especially with a parent, could be a little bit strained around the 11th of October. You might not be on the same page. They might be trying to help you with something, but it comes off the wrong way. It doesn't really help. You might also try to help someone, but the thing is, sometimes the best help that you can offer is just be there for them, hold space for them, and take a bit of a step back and let them figure things out on their own. I mean, you can't save them and you can't fix people's like problems for them as much as you would love to. It also feels to me like you might need to respect someone's boundaries. I repeat, even if you have the best of intentions. Now let's go back in time. 1st of October, Mercury squares Jupiter. You might also feel this energy day before and day after. Big expenses, loads of money spent on kids, fun times, parties, enjoyable activities. You might try to wow someone, and I feel like you might go a little bit overboard. I would also remember that you don't have to agree with everything someone says. You also don't have to persuade someone to see things your way. A relationship can function even if there are discrepancies in terms of worldviews and life philosophy and belief system and cultural conditioning. You might actually have some really significant conversations with your kids around topics concerning money, finances, around maybe topics concerning love life, romantic life. So let's say you have an older kid and I don't know, they're a teenager, they're like 16 and they're just starting to date. So you need to have the talks and make sure that they are prepared and also sort of like pick their brains to see where they stand on certain topics concerning their romantic life. 6th of October, Mercury goes into Scorpio. You're going to be very focused all the way until the 29th, Geminis, on work and health. Mercury is your chart ruler. I feel like your mind is going to be very sharp. You're going to want to go deep into, mentally speaking, into the projects that are on your to-do list in the workspace. Sometimes there might be a tendency to go a little bit too deep. So I realize you want to do a good job, but sometimes you can be a bit much in terms of how much you're trying to accomplish. So I'm just mentioning this so that you don't get burnt out in a nutshell. 7th of October, full moon in Aries, active 3 days before, 3 days after. You're achieving some sort of a big goal, I'd say, especially a goal connected with your work or maybe with your health or with both. To me, this looks like some of you could be scoring an important client work-wise. Some of you could be achieving your target at work. So to me, this feels like a success overall. Now, not everyone is going to be happy with your success. I need to give you this FYI. And this success could also bring more work onto your plate. So if you're tired, if you need a little bit of a break, make sure that you take a break, essentially. There could also be some big news, some big announcements that are made concerning a professional organization that you're a part of, but also concerning the team that you activate within in a professional environment. Some people could be leaving. There could be also new people joining. There might also be some big announcements concerning new laws, new legislation that is going to affect your work, Geminis. You could also be achieving an important goal, an important target health-wise. So if you've been looking to, I don't know, get into shape, lose weight, put on muscle, whatever it is that you're trying to do, you might be achieving the goal, but there is more to come after this. So now you might need to kind of like adjust your your approach. Now, this could also be the time when you're socially active, when you're out into the world, when you're connecting with people. My recommendation would be to do so because it could actually be really helpful when it comes to your, you guessed it, work. 13th of October, Venus goes into Libra in your 5th house, all the way until the first week of November. I like this transit because this is immensely helpful when it comes to your love life. This is probably one of the most romantic transits of the year for you. So my recommendation would be to go out on dates, wow your significant other. If you're already in a relationship, surprise them, bring them gifts, sweep them off their feet. The only exception would be the 14th of October when other plans could sort of like get in the way. This is not necessarily a good day for dates. Also, if you're meeting someone for the first time on the 14th of October, there is a possibility they could be a liar or that they might not. I know, I'm being super dramatic today. There is also a possibility that they might not be completely transparent regarding their plans for the future. So they might say, yeah, sure, let's date, let's get into a relationship, but they're not letting you know that next year they're moving to a different country for work. So careful not to fall prey to an illusion, romantically speaking, around the 14th of October. Now, going back to this transit, 13th of October, Venus in Libra until the first week of November, relationships with children are likely to improve. It is actually a good time if you're looking to try to have kids, to get pregnant, to try it out. With Venus in domicile in your house of children, and you're probably going to be also very inspired from a creative perspective. And especially if you're working with someone else on creative projects, this is a superb transit. Now, I did mention 14th of October as not my favorite day when it comes to romantic matters. Venus, however, will trine Uranus and Pluto. You might have a revelation, you might have this aha moment when it comes to a novel creative idea, but also when it comes to how you can approach things from a romantic perspective in a completely, totally like new way, so that you don't necessarily have to deal with maybe the disappointments that you've dealt with in the past. Also, if you have no expectations on this day, you could actually have a really good time because you're bumping into someone, or you have like a really surprising kind of like positive exchange with someone that inspires you. 14th of October, Pluto goes direct in your 9th house. So my dear Geminis, there's more transformation coming your way when it comes to your belief system over the next few years, over the next good few years. 17th of October, Sun opposes Chiron and squares Jupiter. Oh, this is a very kind of like touchy combination. So it could be a good time to go out, have fun, do something fun, go out on a date, but you might strike a sensitive chord with someone and not necessarily in the best of ways. I mean, you could strike a sensitive chord and maybe get to see their vulnerable side, but you could also potentially trigger them and maybe remind them of one of their wounds. A wound concerning self-assertion and a wound concerning them trying not to be selfish, but also grappling with how they can still do things for themselves. I feel like there's several people involved in this combination, Geminis, around the 17th of October, and everyone's got a different agenda. Your agenda might be to have fun and to have fun together with someone else. Someone else's agenda, maybe the agenda of a friend, could be to do things their way. And there might also be a financial component to this whole thing, which sort of complicates the matter. I would just be mindful not to overspend and not to go overboard when it comes to trying to impress someone, because it might backfire, essentially. 20th of October, Mercury conjuncts Mars. Okay, mind is on fire. Your mind is on fire. You're thinking fast. You're speaking fast. Your mind is kind of like leaping into action. And I do believe you're probably going to be very good at using your mind and your intellect and your mental capabilities when it comes to putting out a metaphorical fire in the workspace. So if there is a crisis, if there is anything popping up out of the blue in the workspace, I believe you're going to be onto it. Now, your tongue can be very sharp around the 20th of October, maybe day before and day after. And I absolutely believe there is a time and space for that. I mean, I have Mars in Gemini, so people have said before that I can have a sharp tongue. I try to kind of like smooth the edges, but sometimes it comes out the way that it comes out. Essentially, Mercury conjunct Mars might speak impulsively. It's probably speaking the truth. You're probably speaking your truth, but be careful not to hurt anyone, metaphorically speaking, in the process. New Moon in Libra, 21st of October, active 3 days before, 3 days after. A lovely fresh start, Geminis, on which fronts? Potentially on the romantic front, so maybe one of you is starting to date a really cool character, a really interesting character, and maybe you are ready to put yourselves out there on the dating scene, possibly, Geminis. Some of you could be hearing news of pregnancy. This is actually a superb new moon. I will just say it. Venus is going to be in its domicile, so there could actually be some super good news. There can be good news coming from children also. Maybe one of your children is experiencing a fresh start when it comes to something that is really valuable to them, that is really close to their heart. Maybe you're very proud of them. You could also kick off a new creative project or decide to allocate more energy and resources and time to the activities, the people, the projects that make you happy. 22nd of October, Neptune goes back into Pisces in your 10th house of career until the end of January. So there's more releasing, there's more letting go, there's more surrendering that needs to happen on the professional front and on the public status and public reputation front until January of next year. And 23rd of October, you guessed it, the sun goes into Scorpio. Scorpio season begins. So even more focus for the next month on work, routines, and basically you're going to be very busy. Now, 24th of October, sun squares Pluto. Something is kind of like rattled and it's like shaking, like doing all of these moves with my hands. Mars in Gemini. I'm laughing because someone commented on one of my old videos. I digress, Geminis, but I'm sure you'll appreciate it, the randomness of it all. Someone commented, "You're a grown woman. You should not move your hands like this," or like, "Stop moving your hands like this." I'm like, I will continue to move them like this. This just like made me chuckle so much. I was laughing at it. I am actually a grown woman. And guess what? Grown women can move their hands whilst they're talking. But hey, I think it was funnier in my head than when I actually said it out loud. So 24th of October, Sun squares Pluto. There might be some sort of transformation that's happening in the workspace as a result of changes in legislation or as a result of maybe you having to possibly collaborate with people who are based abroad, maybe you having to like travel for work more. This could be novelty for you. So you might not have seen it coming, but it does seem to alter quite significantly what your day-to-day looks like. So just as an FYI, do be prepared for some big changes. Mercury will be trining Jupiter. Whatever is going on in the workspace, you're going to be able to handle this. You're already thinking about how you can manage things. You already have cool ideas. You're thinking about the big picture. I also believe that if there are any changes happening, you're probably going to benefit from them either in terms of like status or work or potential for education or even financially. So don't worry, Geminis. 25th, 28th, 29th, probably some of my favorite days in October. Why? 25th of October, Mercury trines Saturn, really good job on the professional front. So you're getting things done, you're achieving something big, you've listened to your intuition, and now you're seeing the results. You're finally seeing the results of like an extensive labor. You might have had to work hard over an extended period of time, and sometimes maybe work hard behind the scenes, but now you are getting also recognition, and you're building your reputation. I love it. 28th of October, Mars trines Jupiter. Things are moving really fast on the professional front, and you seem to benefit from this potentially from a financial perspective. So maybe you've taken a bold step and asked for a raise, and you are getting the raise. Maybe you've scored a big client. Maybe you're taking action to sign a big client, to potentially work with them, and you are probably going to hit the bullseye. So a win on the 28th, a win on the 29th work-wise. I mean, the 25th can also be a big win professionally. 25th, 28th, and 29th can also be days for big wins and for your efforts getting rewarded, and also for your kind of like willingness and audacity to do things differently. You are getting also rewarded on the health front. So not just on the work front, but also on the health front. On the health front, you could be seeing results from the 25th until the 29th, actually. On the work front, you're also seeing results. Courage is being rewarded, 28th, 29th. I feel like you're solidifying your status as a leader somehow in the workspace, maybe as a team leader between the 25th until the 29th. Now, on the 29th, however, Mercury also goes into Sagittarius and opposes Uranus. A few things could happen. My first instinct was to say you could break up with someone. Now, when I say you could break up with them, it might not necessarily be a romantic partner. It could be your therapist, it could be your coach, it could be your accountant, but a relationship is cracking. And it could be something that happens very suddenly. The thing is, you might be the one to break it off. It could also be something that you decide to do, like hot off the heels of someone making an announcement, or of someone reaching out and saying, I'm going to put up my prices, or I expect this from you. And you will probably take advantage of that opportunity and say, no, thank you. I think our journey is coming to an end. Now, when it comes to relationships, there is a possibility that your partner might need to change plans at the very last minute, or you might have to change plans and cancel on them at the very, very last minute. I also feel like everyone is super unpredictable around the 29th. If anyone is unpredictable in the workspace, I'm repeating myself, but hey, I do believe you're going to intuitively know what needs to get done to fix the issue, or to deal with an unexpected problem, professionally speaking, Geminis. That is October for you. Now let us move on to Cancer. Cancer suns and Cancer risings. My lovely Cancerians, my fellow Cancerians, Cancer suns and Cancer risings. I am a Cancer rising, not a Cancer sun, but hey, I always have to mention it. I know people who are who've been following my channel for a long time. They're probably sick of hearing me say this, but there's always new people. So I have to bring it up. Fellow Cancerians, what's going on in October? So Venus is going to be transiting your third house until the 13th of October. So you're probably going to enjoy talking, writing, speaking, teaching, learning, maybe taking driving classes. You might actually have like quite a few short trips that you need to take. This is a great time for networking also. The only exception would be the 11th of October. Venus is opposing Saturn. I would not take any trips around the 11th of October. I would not drive. I would even be prepared if you have to drive anywhere or even commute into work. I would be potentially prepared for maybe a cancellation of trains, or maybe someone canceling on you, or maybe a delay on your end or on the other person's end that you might need to meet. Yeah, I would make alternative plans for the 11th of October just in case things don't work out as you thought they would work out. You could also sort of like have issues or bump into frustrations and delays and challenges and obstacles from a bureaucratic perspective. So if you are dealing with any state institutions, with any legal institutions, with any academic institutions, let me tell you, it ain't gonna be easy. The conversation is not flowing, and it might not be flowing on the 11th of October, no matter what you do. Now, let me go back in time. 1st of October, maybe also active day before and day after. Mercury will square Jupiter. You're talking a lot. You're talking to family members. You are potentially talking to in-laws. I mean, I suppose they are family members. You're talking about some big plans, maybe also concerning home life, family life, the property sector. Maybe you are also visiting family members. Maybe you are visiting several properties if you have other properties. Maybe you're thinking about buying another property. Maybe you're talking about traveling in order to purchase property. The thing is, the conversation is super optimistic. Big talks, big plans, big everything. Do take things with a pinch of salt, and remember that all the big plans that you're making need to be fact-checked and probably need to be grounded into the 3D reality. Maybe you need to account for potential like blocks and delays that are outside of your control, such as bureaucratic delays, essentially. But nevertheless, I feel like the vibe is like really good when it comes to plans for the future, manifesting a brighter future, especially concerning family life, the property sector, and maybe even relationships with family members. 6th of October, Mercury goes into Scorpio. What are you thinking about? You're thinking about having fun. I'm just going to say it. You're thinking about having fun. Also, your mind is going to be super creative from the 6th of October until the 29th. So if you do need to write anything that sort of like taps into your creativity, I believe you can take advantage of this transit, my Cancerian brothers and sisters. You might also just enjoy throughout this whole period from the 6th of October until the 29th, mercurial activities such as analyzing things, reading, learning, studying, writing, investigating. So using your mind to uncover like buried truths. 7th of October, full moon in Aries in your house of career, and public status and public reputation. Big results, big outcomes, career-wise, big outcomes, status-wise. I love the fact that Mars, the ruler of the full moon, is in Scorpio in your 5th house. Why do I love this? The reason for this is because Mars is in domicile in Scorpio, and the 5th house in traditional astrology is considered to be a very auspicious house. So what's happening here? You might feel really lucky to see things play out in a fantastic way for you professionally. So maybe you are getting a massive promotion. Maybe you are getting a big job offer. Maybe you are seeing a big jump in status from a professional perspective. I repeat, it feels like you've taken a gamble. It feels like you have been lucky to an extent, but it also feels like you've been bold enough to try out something, and it is paying off. It's paying off. It is absolutely paying off. You might have something to celebrate career-wise. You might also have something to celebrate in connection with the topic of children. So maybe your child has achieved something really big, like a huge success academically or professionally, and it feels like it deserves a party, the whole thing. Maybe it also feels like the world deserves to know how lucky you are when it comes to the topic of children in general. So maybe you feel very privileged to have your child in your life and to see how they've succeeded on their own. Let's say. You might also have a public announcement to make concerning your love life, and I do believe, once again, it calls for a celebration. Mercury is squaring Pluto, so part of me feels like you're not necessarily wanting to reveal everything to the world. Maybe you are keeping something secret. Maybe you feel like you need to be kind of like selective with what you reveal to the world in terms of information. Nevertheless, I believe you're very happy. So you're probably very happy either professionally, you're probably very happy either when it comes to children, or you're very happy when it comes to your romantic life. Something is sort of coming to fruition in a fabulous, fabulous way. Now, all planets in Scorpio, and in this case, we have the ruler of the full moon in Scorpio, bring with them some sort of a rebirth, some sort of a transformation. So maybe, yes, you are achieving this big goal career-wise. Maybe you are getting the big promotion. Maybe you are making it in a, you're having a breakthrough in a new industry. I also believe you have to be mentally prepared for all the changes that come with this. And maybe some of these do cause a little bit of mental anxiety. I mean, let's face it, it's something that's hardwired into our brains to want to stick to the familiar, to want to stick to the devil you know, as they say. So that's why sometimes people choose to, and I try to say this with a lot of empathy, and I am actually empathetic about it. But the reality is that people sometimes choose to be unhappy for years, for like a big portion of their lives, because they are afraid of losing what feels familiar, of losing that comfort zone. So our brains, from a survival perspective, are hardwired to preserve our comfort zone. So don't be afraid of success. That is actually, apparently it's a real fear. People are sometimes afraid to succeed, to be accomplished, because that comes with all sorts of strings attached. For example, people might envy you. Sometimes even family members might envy you. People might look at you differently. Maybe you are afraid that you're going to lose certain friends because you're doing well. Or they're really friends to start with if they're not necessarily happy for your success. So yeah, success does come with strings attached. But I do believe this full moon brings a success, Cancerians, nevertheless. Venus goes into Libra 13th of October all the way until the first week of November. So this is actually a great time to connect with family members, to welcome people into your home. You might enjoy spending time at home. You might find a lot of pleasure, maybe kind of stepping into other people's homes, maybe attending like house parties, like housewarming parties. If you're looking for a new home, or if you're looking to attract opportunities connected with buying property, selling a property, Venus is here to help 100%. Things are getting smoother and peaceful, more peaceful at home, and there's a sense of kind of like finding the balance in your personal life. 14th of October, however, as much as you might want to spend time at home, spend time with your loved ones, it feels like maybe you need to disappoint them because you need to do something that your boss asks you to do. Or maybe you need to disappoint someone at home by letting them know that you're not necessarily going to be able to spend as much time with them because your career is much more demanding, or because you're going to have to spend more time working on your new professional goals, let's say. There is this sense of like wistfulness and sort of like mixed bittersweet feelings when it comes to the interaction that you have with a family member. You could also be literally just feeling a little bit of like suffering and pain because you're leaving behind someone that you're not seeing that often. So let's say, I don't know, maybe you have family, you have relatives living in a different country, and you go and visit them, or they come in and visit you, but then around the 14th of October, they have to leave, and it feels painful because you know it's probably going to be, I don't know, maybe like a year, maybe less, maybe more, until you see them again. Enjoy the moment, live in the moment, and make the most of the time that you're spending with loved ones when they're with you and when you're close to them. I don't know why I'm getting so emotional. I am going to blame my Cancer rising, obviously. My Cancer rising, I kid you not, folks. Sometimes it has a life of its own and it cries without me wanting to cry. And my Aquarius brain, I have Mercury in Aquarius, is saying, what is wrong with you? Why are you crying? This situation does not warrant crying. But hey, I cry, and I cry often, and I cry tears of joy, sometimes tears of sadness, sometimes tears of nostalgia, all sorts of tears. Let us carry on. Pluto goes direct on the 14th of October in your 8th house. Now, Pluto's starting to, it's already been excavating a lot in your 8th house sector as of the end of 2024, and it will continue to do this. It's going to continue to bring things to light when it comes to topics such as shared assets, shared resources, other people's money, legacy, inheritance, your partner's resources, taxes, debts, and so on. 17th of October, Sun opposes Chiron and squares Jupiter. I feel like you're caught up in the middle between two people that are kind of like dear to you. It could be between two parents. It could be between maybe someone needing your support at home, but also someone being very demanding in the workspace. To me, it feels like if you listen to your intuition, you're probably going to be able to solve this this conundrum. 20th of October, Mercury conjuncts Mars. I like this. I feel like all of a sudden you might wake up and have this aha moment, have this like out of the blue idea to do something that feels fun, that feels exciting, and you're not going to wait to check in with anyone. You're just going to go for it. So you might go for like a quick drive, or you might surprise someone that you love with this out of the blue idea. I also believe that you're going to be able to channel your mind very quickly, very rapidly when it comes to creative matters, when it comes to anything that has to do with writing, speaking, communicating, teaching. You might also write something really fast and be kind of really happy with the result. There is also a possibility that you might have some sharp words to deliver to a loved one, but also potentially to your child if you have children. As much as you have the best of intentions and maybe you want to warn them of like dangers and whatnot, I would also be careful not to actually hurt them with your words, because they might be a lot more sensitive than you think they are. 21st of October, new moon in Libra, in your home sector, in your private life, a fresh start at home. Some of you could be welcoming in a new family member. Some of you could be resetting your relationship with a family member, with a loved one, and it's probably going to go so much better from now on. Some of you could set new intentions when it comes to your home life and your private life. For example, maybe looking into buying a new property, or looking into like relocating in the next year. I feel like you're very happy when it comes to this fresh start, or when it comes to this new path that you're embarking upon, Cancerians, in your private life. You're very happy. You've got good people around you. You've got the support of the family. You've got loved ones kind of like cheering you on. So there's like a lovely energy that I recommend taking advantage of at the time of this new moon. Now, if you're looking to buy, sell, move into a new home, this new moon is super supportive. Neptune goes back into Pisces 22nd of October all the way until the end of January of next year. So there's more releasing that needs to happen, more surrender, more letting go of old belief systems. And the sun goes into Scorpio 23rd of October for the next month. Scorpio season is generally fun season for Cancer risings, but there's also going to be a spotlight placed on creative topics, passions, hobbies, creative self-expression, entertainment, enjoyment, romantic life as well. And you might also spend quite a bit of money on one or several of these topics over the next month, Cancerians. 24th of October, Sun squares Pluto, a transformation in your relationship with a loved one, or with a child, or with a romantic partner, maybe someone that you've been dating. I do believe something is coming to the surface and you're seeing things more clearly. If you want the relationship with this person to work, I feel like you need to acknowledge the fact that maybe you've been too cold about an issue that they are actually super sensitive to. Mercury trines Jupiter. Communication is always a good idea. I feel like I'm spouting cliches at you. In this situation, literally, I feel like communication is going to help. So opening up, sharing and speaking from the heart, And rather than focusing on what you feel disappointed about or what you feel challenged by, I would focus on the big picture. I would focus on what you're trying to achieve in your interaction with this person. And to me, it looks like you do have a joint set of goals. And it also feels like you can be the bigger person. You can be the generous one. You can be the empathetic one. You can be the compassionate one. Even if people have hidden things from you, even if your child has hidden things from you, even if you don't necessarily agree with how a loved one has been going about a challenge in their life. 25th of October, 28th and 29th, some of the best days of the month in some respects. 25th, Mercury trines Saturn. If you're working on something of an intellectual nature, you're probably going to achieve a lot around this time. You might also get a lot of inspiration from an authority figure or from maybe attending some sort of a cultural event. I feel like your mind is very focused on achieving potentially a big goal. It could be an educational goal, but also it could have something to do with legal matters, visa, residency, and so on. It's a great time to plan travel. And I feel like you're on the same page with whoever it is that you're traveling with. So talk about it, get it done, book the tickets. 25th of October. 28th of October, you seem to be in the mood for fun and for action. And sometimes you have to take the bull by the horns and initiate the fun and the action. And it's probably going to work out really well if you do so. You might also feel really inspired to move your body and to have fun whilst moving your body. So if you're looking to, I don't know, play tennis, go for a hike, go for a swim, you're probably going to enjoy this tremendously. So kind of like dynamic activities are going to be very, very enjoyable. You're also very competitive, and it feels like you're having a lot of fun whilst you're doing this. 28th and 29th are also good times to like plan trips, to plan travel. The only exception is the 29th. Things might not necessarily go as planned in terms of the day-to-day kind of activities that you had in mind for that specific day. So I would not necessarily recommend traveling on the 29th, but if you are looking to like buy tickets, that could be a good idea. 29th, Mars trines Saturn. To me, it feels like you can take action and move things along when it comes to a big long-term goal connected with your educational path, but also maybe connected with an important partnership in your life. I feel like things are working really well with this person. 25th, 28th, and 29th are also like really romantic days. And if you want to wow someone, if you want to do something nice for a romantic partner, if you are open to maybe dating if you're single, I would have my pick from any of these days. Take advantage of them. 20th and 29th, also fantastic days for competitions in general. I mean, to me, it feels like you're probably going to win. If you need to collaborate with someone on a competitive front, so let's say you're bidding for the same client that like several companies are like bidding for. If you have a business partner, you're probably going to work very well together and maybe win the auction or win the bidding process. I don't know exactly how it's called. 29th of October, Mercury opposes Uranus. Mercury will go into Sagittarius in your 6th house. So it feels like something sort of out of the blue, out of nowhere, messes with your daily schedule, with your daily routine. It could be an emergency at work. It could be that, I don't know, the internet goes down, like someone breaks your like, I don't know if this is the correct like technical talk, but something breaks on the website, let's say, of your company, and it needs to be fixed. It needs to be actioned upon immediately. A work trip might get canceled. A meeting might get canceled. There might be a request coming up out of the blue. So I feel like you need to be very flexible when it comes to your day-to-day around the 29th, and you might even need to postpone or completely cancel any trips that you had scheduled for the day. And that is Cancer. My dear Leos, Leo suns and Leo risings. October of 2025. What does it have in store for you, Leos? Well, Venus is going to be transiting your 2nd house of income all the way until the 13th of October. So the beginning of the month is actually a really good time to attract more money, to attract clients if you're working for yourselves. You might really enjoy spending money as well, Leos, especially on things that have to do with your career, public status, public reputation. So you might potentially invest in a course. You might invest in maybe new headshots, for example. You might also invest generally in your education, but also in your car, because Venus rules your third house of transportation as well. I feel like your sense of self-worth and self-esteem is generally also getting a little bit of a boost. You're being of service, you're doing a great job in some shape or form in your life, and it doesn't just have to do with your professional life. It could be that you're being of service in general to other people, and that's something that's making you feel good about yourselves. Now, Venus will be opposing Saturn on the 11th of October. I see a sense of feeling restricted and limited somehow from a resources perspective. So maybe you want to buy something really nice, but you can't because your spouse maybe is going to be upset with you spending so much money on, I don't know, maybe something that they believe you should be more frugal about. You might also feel limited in terms of maybe a gift that you want to make. You might not know if it's going to hit the spot or not. The thing is, it might not hit the spot. I'm just going to be really straightforward. So if you want to buy something nice for someone else, I wouldn't necessarily go overboard with the expenses. And if you do buy an object, anything really, like a piece of jewelry, I would potentially keep the receipt because you may want to return it and exchange it. Now, there's also a sense of being at odds with someone on the 11th of October in terms of values. So their value system is clashing with your values. You may generally want to be helpful in a practical way. This person might appreciate maybe more sort of like emotional support. And I have to say, a relationship is really not functioning very, very smoothly around the 11th of October. There's also a possibility you might generally feel at odds with someone on a financial matter. It could be a spouse, but it could also be your financial advisor around the 11th of October, maybe also day before and day after. Now I'm going to go back in time and let you know that the month, so the 1st of October, literally on the 1st, we have a Mercury-Jupiter square. So the month kicks off with a Mercury-Jupiter square. Essentially, I see a lot of talks at the beginning of the month around one or several of the following topics: education, transportation, also possibly children and children's education. I don't necessarily believe you are fully on the same page with maybe your spouse or with your kid around a matter concerning their education. I also believe you might be addressing a sensitive topic. Maybe it's not necessarily sensitive for you. Maybe it's sensitive for whoever it is that you're talking to. And you're trying to find the right words. You're trying to be as considerate, as diplomatic as you possibly can be in your delivery of a message. Nevertheless, it feels like the other person has really strong feelings around this issue. So things could potentially escalate a little bit. They might have a very strong emotional reaction. It is a very good day. Maybe also, so 1st of October, also day before and day after, to talk about mental health related issues as well, and maybe to address a topic concerning patterns of self-sabotage. I'm looking at addictions as well. Addictions, vices, maybe not necessarily yours, maybe someone else's challenges with addiction. 6th of October, Mercury goes into Scorpio in your 4th house of home. So you're going to be thinking a lot about home and family related matters, and potentially also spending money on home, family, private life, real estate, all the way until the 29th of October, when Mercury goes into Sagittarius in your fifth house. Mercury is the ruler of your house of income, Leo. So wherever Mercury goes, that's where your money goes too. Speaking of money, 29th of October, Mercury is going to oppose Uranus. There might be an unexpected expense connected with children, connected with maybe some fun plans that you had made, maybe some fun plans together with your friends. There's also a possibility that you might experience a complete change of plans. And you might really need to think on your feet as to how you address a matter that comes out of the blue concerning either children or friends, or maybe concerning a joint sort of activity where more than just one person is involved. So I'm going to give you an example. Let's say you had planned together with your friends to go to a concert. All of a sudden you hear news of like trains getting canceled. Someone like drops out of the, I don't know, out of the blue and says, I can't join you. So what are you going to do? You're going to have to like find solutions really, really quickly. Let's say. There's also a possibility 29th of October that plans that you had made together with a romantic partner may not necessarily go as you had envisaged them. Not because any of you is necessarily dropping out, but sometimes things do pop up out of nowhere, out of the blue, and it's good to have a backup, or it's just sort of like good to be flexible. Now, going back in time, 7th of October, active 3 days before, 3 days after, we have a full moon in Aries. So I see some sort of a culminating point around this time, my lovely Leos, in your life concerning your education, concerning your academic path, concerning legal matters. So if you're waiting for results concerning a legal issue, you're probably going to hear news. The result is probably going to come up around the 7th of October. There might be some sort of an outcome that comes to fruition around the 7th of October concerning a property. And maybe if you've been dealing with bureaucracy or with legal institutions when it comes to your property sector, you are going to be relieved to see things finally coming to pass. Legislation that affects your property sector, that affects your living situation, that affects your family life might also be at the forefront of your mind. You could travel, or you could make plans to travel to see family members. There could also be some sort of like rapid action that you need to take in regards to a legal matter that might affect you or family members. Mercury is squaring Pluto, so I feel like there's buried information that's coming to the surface at the time of this full moon. There could also be hidden facts that you become aware of now, and as a result of these hidden facts sort of like being in the spotlight at the time of the full moon, you might have clarity in terms of what you need to do next in your home life, in your private life, in your family life. Traveling can be in the spotlight. Legal matters can be in the spotlight. Educational matters can be in the spotlight. In-laws can also be in the spotlight at the time of this full moon. 11th of October, Venus opposes Saturn. We've mentioned this. 13th of October, Venus goes into Libra in your third house. All the way until the first week of November, you're probably going to enjoy connecting with people, networking, making these sort of like short distance trips. So you might enjoy your commute a lot more. This is actually generally a good time to buy a car, to make purchases, to sell something. With the exception of the 14th of October, I would not recommend buying or selling anything on the 14th of October because Venus opposes Neptune. Especially, I would not recommend buying something because if it looks too good to be true, it probably is too good to be true, and someone is trying to pull the wool over your eyes, metaphorically speaking. You might also be genuinely really inspired when it comes to writing, speaking, communicating, whilst Venus transits your third house from the 13th of October until the first week of November, my lovely Leos. If you need to get in touch with someone, if you need to make amends, if you need to say the right thing, so to speak, in order to improve a relationship, I would recommend taking advantage of this transit. Leos, yes, maybe you're not going to immediately get the response that you want to get, but at least it feels like you can say the right things to improve a relationship. I did mention 14th of October. Be careful when it comes to buying and selling. Also, 14th of October, I would not necessarily travel unless you absolutely have to. If you do have to travel, then do be prepared for a disappointment. Maybe your plane is delayed, or maybe you need to postpone your trip by a day. Also on the 14th, Venus trines Uranus and Pluto. If you need help with anything, do not hesitate to reach out to friends. Do not hesitate to reach out to your acquaintances, and do not hesitate to ask maybe someone in your circle how they would address an issue, because I feel like they're going to come up with some really innovative ideas, and they're going to help you get out of a pickle. Essentially, you can also do the same thing for another person, help them get out of a pickle with your out-of-the-box thinking. Pluto goes direct 14th of October in your house of relationships and partnerships and one-to-one interactions. So the transformation continues in your relationship sector for the next good few years. Leos, 17th of October, Sun opposes Chiron and squares Jupiter. Really big feelings coming to the surface in a really sort of like intense conversation. I feel like you're caught up in the middle between people with different beliefs, and as much as you maybe kind of like try to help them find a middle ground, I don't necessarily believe you will. I would also be prepared for someone to deliver some hard truths around this time. Maybe you're the one who's delivering hard truths. The reality, however, is whenever we have to deliver hard truths, that the response is not necessarily happy and joyful and excited. No, people have a right to be upset. That doesn't mean that you're responsible for their feelings, but the feedback might not immediately be very happy. 20th of October, Mercury conjuncts Mars in your 4th house. I feel like your mind is like really sharp, and it's sort of like on it when it comes to taking action on a home and family related matter. You might be really quick to spend money on a home and property related matter. You might also need to speak your mind and call things by their name. When it comes to a matter that is really, really important for you, when it comes to something that you truly value. And the reality is that it might come across, so you speaking your truth might potentially come across as a little bit, a tiny little bit aggressive. So the way that you deliver the message might not necessarily feel like the most diplomatic. The thing is, as long as you are not hurting anyone with your words, I do believe it's important sometimes for people to understand how strongly you feel about something. You might also be really quick to kind of like think on your feet when it comes to taking action on a matter that needs to be resolved at home. So if basically you have to decide spur of the moment as to whether you're going to replace the fridge or not, I believe you're going to go with your guts and you're going to go for it, and you are biased towards taking action. New moon in Libra, 21st of October, active 3 days before, 3 days after. This is a beautiful new moon. A fresh start when it comes to learning something, studying something, but maybe also writing something. Potentially also a fresh start when it comes to siblings. So maybe siblings have some good news, or cousins might have some good news. You might also feel like you're ready to communicate in a novel way, in a different way. And what's the saying? You're likely to attract more bees with honey. So I feel like you're really leaning into the honey approach in terms of communication, as opposed to being very blunt in your speech. Some people might buy a new car. Some people might engage in a new commute, for example. But in any case, it feels like this is an improvement, because the ruler of the new moon is in Libra in domicile. Sun goes into Scorpio, 23rd of October for the next month. The spotlight is going to be placed on your home and family sector and on your private life. You're going to be very invested in this part of your life. And the Sun will square Pluto. Things are coming to the surface, and you're maybe going to confront someone. Maybe you're going to confront a parent. Maybe you're going to let them know, hey, this is what I've discovered. You might also feel really, really strongly about transforming something in your home life. Maybe you might feel very strongly about relocating, or about building an extension, or about clearing out the attic. Scorpio generally loves a purge. Loves, and loves to transform things. However, I feel like you might encounter some resistance from either a partner or a parent or a family member or whoever it is that you live with. Mercury does trine Jupiter at the same time. So I believe that if you're focusing on a big picture, and if you're sort of focusing on how things are likely to improve as a result of transforming a certain element of your home life and family life and living situation, you are much more likely to get a yes from whoever it is that is opposing you, as opposed to you trying to have things your way and say, hey, this is my home, I'm gonna decide here. That's probably gonna ruffle some feathers, so you probably don't want to go for that approach. 25th of October, Mercury trines Saturn. I do feel like you are working in a very focused, concentrated manner on something of an intellectual nature at home. You're also having very practical, productive conversations with someone around home matters, family matters, property, living situation. You're maybe agreeing with your partner on how to spend money, connected with maybe the renovation of the house, or connected with buying or selling a house. And I believe that you are on the same page, which is super important. 28th of October, Mars trines Jupiter, rapid action towards releasing something from your private life. And 29th of October, Mars trines Saturn. I feel like you are very sure about what needs to go through a reset in your private life, and you do have the support of your significant other or of whoever it is that needs to help you with this process. Mars trining Jupiter is also making me think that you might potentially be taking action to plan a trip together with family members, or to visit family members, but maybe you're not necessarily revealing this. I also believe that you're taking action to transform things in a big way in your private life, but maybe you're keeping a big part of this under wraps. There is a chance you might be helping someone from your family with money. Maybe you're supporting them financially, or maybe you're kind of facilitating a purchase for them. Maybe you're giving them, I don't know, part of the deposit for a house. In any case, I do believe you are helping them make something happen. Let's say Mars trining Saturn, a really constructive aspect. 29th of October, you are making things happen. It's a very kind of achievement-oriented aspect, Mars, Saturn. So things are coming together in your home life and your private life with the help of someone who maybe took a while to convince. Maybe it's your significant other, but alas, here you are. And of course, as I've mentioned, 29th of October, Mars opposes Uranus, so do be prepared for a change of plans. Not my favorite day for traveling either. Not my favorite day to go out into the world, because you're just not going to know what to expect. If you're going to a fun event, like a party or a concert, things might go sideways. So I don't know, if you're going to a concert, your artist might not make it, for instance, or they might reschedule, or something about the experience is not what you had planned. And that is Leos. My dear Virgos, Virgo suns and Virgo risings. October. What does it have in store for you, Virgos? Well, I have to kick it all off with Venus being in your sign all the way until the 13th of October. So you're probably going to feel good about yourselves. You're probably going to feel charming. You're probably going to feel attractive. You might actually attract a lot towards you. What specifically? Money, appreciation. You might also attract maybe guidance from the right sort of mentors, teachers, coaches, and you might feel much more in tune with a certain spiritual path. So a spiritual path might really speak to you. If you're traveling, there is a very high chance you're probably going to enjoy your travels. The only exception would be the 11th of October. Not a good day to travel. Also not a good day to interact with others necessarily, because it's just going to feel hard and difficult, and maybe it's going to feel like they're not ready for what you have to offer. Venus transiting your first house is also generally very supportive when it comes to investing in your style, in your aesthetics, in your looks, in your beauty, but it's also very supportive when it comes to generally taking care of yourselves, relaxation, going to the spa, getting massages, investing in, I'm thinking of all sorts of things with Venus and Virgo, investing in maybe like getting a few sessions or like a consultation with like a naturopath. Virgo is naturally very health and wellness oriented, so have a play around with that. Now, I did mention 11th of October as being a little bit more of a challenging day. You might also feel this energy the day before and potentially the day after. Not a great day for dating, not a great day for trying to work things out with someone else, not necessarily the best day to try to persuade someone to become your client in the workspace. Interactions with other people, partners, clients are just a tad difficult. Now, let me go back in time. 1st of October, Mercury squares Jupiter. Mercury is your chart ruler. I feel like you are trying to convince someone that your way of seeing things is the right way, but they're bringing all of these other maybe arguments, all of these other perspectives that you're sort of like trying to counteract. This can make for like a really interesting combination when it comes to talking about the big picture, talking about spirituality, religion, politics, matters that affect society, matters that affect humanity. The challenge is, I don't necessarily see this as being a very productive talk. So big talks, but sort of like an overinflated perspective upon things. If anyone is promising anything, do take it with a pinch of salt. It could feel like you are quite inspired by someone, maybe by a friend, maybe by potentially a community of people, maybe by several people, if you're attending like a group type of event. But at the same time, it could feel a tiny bit difficult to implement the inspiration that you're getting from them into your day-to-day life. So I feel like you're gonna have to figure things out a little bit. Also, do be careful not to overspend a lot of money trying to impress someone around the 1st of October, maybe also a day before or a day after. Mercury goes into Scorpio 6th of October. All the way until the 29th, you're probably going to be very invested in learning, speaking, communicating, writing, teaching, driving places, networking. You're probably going to have a lot of like emails to send, phone calls to make. And you might also be very invested in kind of like digging underneath the surface to figure something out, to find some like hidden information, to find some buried information throughout this whole period. 7th of October, active 3 days before, 3 days after, we have a full moon in Aries in your 8th house. It actually activates your entire financial axis. This could be a good time to pay off debt. It could be a good time to get rid of your maybe credit card debt. This could also be the time when someone pays you back if they owe anything to you. Maybe they're not going to pay you back entirely, but hey, something is better than nothing. If you owe any money to anyone, maybe it is a good time to reach out to them and say, hey, here's part of your money. If you're waiting for news concerning mortgages, loans, insurance, inheritance, debts, credit cards, the news is probably going to come. Things are definitely moving forward. So I do believe if you're applying for a mortgage, you're probably going to get the green light. You're probably going to get the seal of approval. At the same time, I feel like there's information that you need to read through very, very carefully. That's also coming your way because Mercury is going to be squaring Pluto. From a more kind of 3D, like tangible perspective, this full moon can also bring a tiny little bit of a crisis. It could be a health-related crisis, not concerning you. Someone in your life could have potentially a health-related crisis. Maybe it's a sibling, maybe it's a cousin. And you might need to maybe take a short trip to be there for them, or take quick action to help them, to support them in some shape or form. Venus goes into Libra, 13th of October, all the way until the first week of November. I love this transit. It's going to attract money in your life. It's going to attract probably kind of like a boost in your sense of self-worth and self-esteem. You can also attract lucrative clients, maybe a better paying job, maybe if you're working for yourselves, Virgos, new clients. I do believe you can also spend money on beautiful things, maybe things that are also pleasing to other people, not just to yourself. And it is probably going to be money well spent, with the exception. There's always an exception. With the exception of the 14th of October, you might overspend on something which is potentially overpriced. Maybe it's not worth it. I also believe that if you're trying to convince someone to work with you, to give you their money, you're probably not going to convince them around the 14th of October. You might be disappointed. There is a possibility that something could cost more than you thought it would cost. If you believe this is unfair, part of me feels like you should fight it. If you have all the arguments, if you have all the facts, if you have all the numbers, and if you're thinking, hey, I'm being overcharged, or I was not made aware of these hidden costs, fight it, because Mars is in your third house, so you're probably going to come up with all the right words, all the right arguments, like the surgeon's sort of like needle, okay? Venus on the 14th of October is also going to trine Uranus and Pluto, so you might actually be able to have a really positive interaction in the workspace. You might form like an unexpected maybe partnership with someone in the workspace. There could also be an unexpected opportunity coming your way professionally, so I would take advantage of this. Pluto goes direct 14th of October, so transformations are moving forward. There's more to come. More transformation in your work sector, but also when it comes to your daily habits. 17th of October, Sun opposes Chiron and squares Jupiter. Oh gosh, I feel like you are caught up in the middle between potentially like two friends that are fighting over different like value systems, let's say. I also believe you're not on the same page with someone when it comes to your approach to money and finances. So maybe some sensitive conversations are taking place around the topic of money. You might hit a sensitive spot in someone when you bring up a topic. Now, it was probably not your intention to hit this sensitive spot. Nevertheless, if it feels like they're overreacting, don't take it personally. I would sort of like focus on the friendship. I would focus on the relationship overall, and just kind of like give this person the benefit of a doubt and realize that people are sometimes dealing with like hidden struggles, and everyone's got, if you ask me, everyone's got some form of like wounds. I don't necessarily want to call them traumas. Maybe a lot of people do also have traumas, and you just don't know. You just don't know what went on in this person's life. So don't judge them too harshly if they seem to overreact. 20th of October, Mercury conjuncts Mars. I love this day. I mean, I love it, and I'm also going to give you a word of advice, Virgos. I love it because it feels like your mind is really sharp, and you are coming up with like quick solutions to emergencies, and you're like finding the right words at the right time, and you're kind of like taking action based off of maybe your really sort of sharp, rational analysis of a situation. Do be careful what you say, though. because once again, you might hit a sensitive spot and your words could be really hurtful towards someone. So if that's not your intention, well, you know what to do. So maybe tweak a little bit the language that you use. Mercury and Mars together. I mean, this is a combination for defending what you believe in, defending your opinions, but also using words and communication as weapons. And obviously, I'm not referring to this in a literal way. I'm referring to this in a metaphorical way. But you might need to stand up and speak up, Virgos. New moon in Libra, 21st of October. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful new moon. A fresh start from a financial perspective. This could bring more money, a new client, a better paid job, new budget, potentially a new approach to money and finances. You might decide to dedicate more of your resources, also not just money. It could also be time to whatever makes you happy, to whatever genuinely matters to you, Virgos. 22nd of October, Neptune re-enters Pisces all the way until January of next year. There's more nebulousness, more ambiguity, and more releasing that needs to happen in your relationship sector and in your interactions with other people. 23rd of October, the sun goes into Scorpio. So for the next month, we have a lot of a very, very strong focus on, again, third house topics, speaking, communicating, lots going on in the local neighborhood, lots going on with colleagues, lots going on with siblings, cousins, maybe extended family, lots of short distance trips, maybe a bit of a focus on your car, your preferred mode of transportation. You might need to fix something around the 24th of October. There could be an issue with your car. There could be an issue with your bike, your scooter, whatever it is that you choose to travel by. There could also be an issue with a colleague or with a sibling. I see the 24th of October as potentially a challenging day when it comes to communication. Things are coming to the surface, and maybe not everyone is happy to see information coming to the surface because that means that things are going to change based off of the truth being really visible, essentially. Mercury will trine Jupiter on the 24th of October. So even though from a certain standpoint, this could be a challenging day. At the same time, it can also be a very productive day, a very inspiring day. You might feel inspired by the conversations that you're having with a friend, with a guide, with a mentor. You might also be on the same page with a partner in terms of what you want the future to look like. It could be your life partner. It could be a business partner. You could be making some really exciting plans for the future with friends. Maybe they involve traveling. So I like the 24th of October in certain respects. 25th of October, Mercury trines Saturn. Constructive conversations around work, constructive conversations around tangible matters that need to be worked upon. A great day to sign contracts, a great day to sell something, to buy something, to reach an agreement. 28th of October, Mars trines Jupiter. Oh, I love this. You might be kind of taking quick action to plan something big together with friends, together with a community. I feel like you're taking the lead within a community, maybe within your circle of friends, maybe within an organization, and things are working out really, really nicely. You could also decide together with a partner to take quick action on a goal, on an objective that is very, very important to both of you. And there's this kind of sense of courage and enthusiasm and boldness, and things are happening, and you could not be happier. If you've just started dating someone, things are probably moving really fast, and guess what? You could not be happier. So I love the 28th. 29th of October, Mars trines Saturn. Again, I feel like you are ready to take action. Maybe it feels like you're taking action quite soon, but you're ready to take some sort of tangible action together with a partner, maybe a business partner, maybe a life partner. Maybe you're talking about things and planning things that will affect both of you for the long term. So maybe you're talking about living together, moving in together, buying a house together. In any case, I feel like you are on the same page, and you both know what is required of you, kind of separately to bring to the table in order to make this greater goal happen. Also another good day to maybe reach out to someone and persuade them and convince them. I feel like the 25th, the 28th, and the 29th are good days to reach out to people and try to convince them to do things your way. Because it genuinely feels like you are kind of like hitting the nail on the head with the right, the sort of like the right facts, the right arguments, the right information that is needed for this person to, I was about to say to be accommodating, but to agree with you, to do things your way. 29th of October, Mercury goes into Sagittarius and immediately it opposes Uranus. Some sort of unexpected news coming from home, maybe connected with family members, maybe connected with a parent specifically. There could be a disruption in the home space concerning technological devices. So maybe the Wi-Fi stops working. I mean, Mercury, Uranus, to me, this spells like technology goes haywire. Maybe your kid's like iPad stops working and you need to buy a new one. There could also be a disruption in communication happening at home. So potentially someone like a family member delivers some really kind of like out of the blue piece of news, and you didn't see this coming, and you're like, oh my God, what am I going to do with this? Like, how can I prepare for this? I am not prepared. I have not planned for this. What now? And the thing is, you're probably just going to have to adjust somehow, one way or another, Virgos. So think fast, think on your feet, and be prepared for like plans to change generally when it comes to anything that you had in mind at home or anything that you had envisaged for your family, because there could be things out of the blue that interfere with the existing vision, let's say. And that is Virgo. Now let us move on to Libras. Libra suns and Libra risings. My lovely, lovely Libras. October of 2025. What does it have in store for you? Well, Venus, your chart ruler, is going to be transiting your 12th house until the 13th of October. So to me, it feels like you might be busy with things behind the scenes. You might be busy with, I don't know, clearing things out from the home, cleaning up, maybe also looking after your mental health, maybe dealing with matters that you don't necessarily want the world to know about. There is a possibility you might be a tiny little bit anxious until the 13th of October, when Venus goes into your own sign, into Libra. Don't sweat the small stuff. Don't worry about the things that are beyond your control. And also don't worry so much about the worst case scenario, because the worst case scenario is probably not going to happen. So the only thing that's probably going to happen is maybe you might lose some sleep, which I don't think you want that. So don't ruminate on things. That is also my recommendation. Also, if you're overly critical with yourselves, which you might be until the 13th of October, remember that maybe it's just you who actually sees all of these like tiny little things about yourselves that need to be improved, that need to be fixed. So no one else is noticing them. Remember that. And I do hope that helps. I'm not a big fan of the 11th of October. This might actually feel like one of the potentially more difficult days for you this month, because Venus opposes Saturn. So it might feel like something is just not working in the workspace. You are potentially disappointed because you're encountering all sorts of delays, frustrations, obstacles. You're trying to make things work with someone. Maybe you're trying to collaborate better with a colleague. You're trying to collaborate better with a client, but this person just doesn't want to budge. You could also feel a little bit rejected in the workspace. So maybe someone says, yeah, I don't want to work with you on this. I want to work with like another colleague. Don't take it personally. It probably has a lot less to do with your skills, and it might have more to do with this person having like totally different preferences in terms of like style. I'm going to go back to the beginning of the month. 1st of October, Mercury squares Jupiter. You might feel this energy also the day before and the day after. I feel like you're having some really important talks about your career and about your career growth, to be very, very specific. Now, You seem to be learning a lot in the workspace. You seem to be on a path of massive growth professionally all the way until the summer. So all the way until June of 2026. At the same time, it could be a little bit like too much too quickly. I would manage someone's expectations in the workspace. So if, let's say, a boss wants you to take a ton of new responsibility and deal with like so many new clients, and maybe you feel, maybe part of you feels excited because they trust you. But if it feels like it's too much to handle, do not be afraid to, I repeat, to manage their expectations and to sort of like ground them into the present reality, and ground them into the reality of like how much time you've got, how many resources you've got, and how much you can actually handle. Although I repeat, it could be very flattering to feel like this person genuinely believes in you. You might also be talking around the 1st of October with someone about traveling for work, and it could be with your boss. Give me 1 second. Mercury goes into Scorpio on the 6th of October, Libras. Actually, there's a lot of focus on Scorpio, which is your second house this month. So Mercury goes there on the 6th, and the Sun enters Scorpio on the 23rd of October for a month. Lots of thinking, speaking, talking about money, values, resources. And I do believe you're probably also going to have to revisit your budget. Think about what sort of expenses you need to get rid of. Think about what is non-essential when it comes to where your money goes. And also think about what is actually worth you spending your time and money on, if you ask me, Libras. 7th of October, active 3 days before, 3 days after, you know the drill. We have a full moon in Aries, activating your relationship axis. Okay, so I actually like this full moon. There's some sort of a culminating point that is being reached when it comes to an important relationship in your lives. It could be a professional relationship. I feel like someone is willing to pay you a lot of money. So maybe you're signing a big client, maybe you are starting to collaborate, or you're finally making a collaboration happen with someone who can help you scale up from a financial perspective, someone who maybe has like a totally different client base, someone who can introduce you to a different client base, maybe someone whose skills are complementary to yours, and together you make a fantastic team. I also believe that you are getting clarity around this time when it comes to maybe a personal relationship. I feel like you're going to see very clearly whether someone values you or not. And based off of that insight, you're going to decide whether this is worth this relationship, this interaction is worth continuing or not. You could also be paying someone a significant amount of money to help you. I feel like to help you make more money. So you could be paying maybe like a business coach, or potentially a financial advisor, someone who can help you maybe invest your money better. So you don't have to do everything yourselves, Libras. And I feel like you realize, hey, I can't do everything myself. I need good people around me. I need people to support me. I need people who are on the same page with me, values-wise. And maybe you decide to reach out to someone who can help you achieve your goals around this time. I feel like you need to have some more challenging conversations, but it's important to lay out all the cards on the table at this point in time, whether you're having challenging conversations with a romantic partner or with your financial advisor. Maybe you don't necessarily feel 100% comfortable talking about your finances or showing them like what your accounts look like, but these uncomfortable conversations seem to be absolutely necessary in order for the collaboration to move forward successfully. Venus goes into Libra, 13th of October. I love this. I love this trans. I mean, Libras, Venus is your chart ruler. So Libra risings especially. So Venus in its domicile until the first week of November is superb for you. Probably the best, like one of the best transits of the year. There is one exception, one day that I don't like, which is the 14th of October when Venus opposes Neptune. You might just feel disappointed in how someone reacts to you overall, but I would not take it personally. I would just kind of like see it as maybe like a blessing in disguise. But going back to Venus transiting Libra, this is a great time for you to do one or several of the following. Date, invest in your looks, invest in your physical body, invest in your relationship with yourselves, attract opportunities romantically, financially, so you can attract business partners, you can attract clients. Do go out into the world, give yourselves permission to shine, give yourselves permission to be admired. You are probably going to feel valued and admired. I feel like it's a good time to sort of take stock of your life and ask yourselves, how can I create more balance and equilibrium and harmony? And Venus is going to help. And on the 14th of October, you might need to get rid of, this is going to sound really bad. You might need to release someone. You might need to let go of someone that is sort of like messing with your balance, that is messing with your equilibrium, and someone that does not see you or like appreciate you for what you're worth. Also 14th of October, Venus trines Uranus and Pluto. You might have like an unexpected out of the blue interaction with someone, maybe like a meeting with someone that feels very kind of like refreshing, that feels very exciting, and that maybe also changes your perspective upon romance. There's going to be a new moon in Libra, 21st of October. Active 3 days before, 3 days after. This can absolutely be a fresh start when it comes to how you show up in the world. So maybe you are changing your looks, Libras. Maybe you are changing the way that you take care of yourselves. Maybe you're going to invest more time, energy, money into looking after your physical body. I feel like this could also be the beginning of a new relationship with yourselves. So you seem to focus a lot more on self-love and self-appreciation moving forward. It could also be a new beginning romantically. So especially for those of you who are single, but not necessarily just for those of you who are single. Even if you are in a relationship, everything starts with us. So the way that we see ourselves, our self-concept impacts everything. I think it was, please don't throw rocks at me if I'm if I'm wrong. I think it was Neville Goddard that said the state with which I am identified determines what I experience. So you Libras, especially Libra risings, might identify with a different state, a state that is much more appreciative towards the person that you are, and that might really show up in the sort of like the energy that you radiate outside of yourselves moving forward. So I love this new moon for you Libras. Now I'm going to go a little bit back in time and also mention a few different dates to pay attention to. Pluto goes direct in Aquarius 14th of October also. So for the next good few years, the transformation continues when it comes to your romantic life, passions, hobbies, and creative self-expression. 17th of October, Sun opposes Chiron and squares Jupiter. You might have a little bit of a challenging interaction with someone in the professional space. Maybe you inadvertently trigger someone's wounds and they overreact. You might hit a bit of a sore spot. It also feels like someone maybe is not ready to grow in the direction that you want to grow in, and that's okay. People do things at their own sort of like rate. Everyone's got like a different like rhythm in terms of how they go about their lives, and you don't have to take it personally if you realize that you're sort of like going in a different direction than the person that you thought would be accompanying you. I also believe that you might decide to stop collaborating with someone professionally around this time because your career is growing in a novel, exciting direction. And maybe this person is not happy, but alas, you got to do what you got to do, and you got to take the Jupiter train of opportunity when it comes. 20th of October, Mercury conjuncts Mars in Scorpio. You might decide really fast to take some sort of action on a financial level. So you might decide to buy something really fast. Maybe you decide to invest in your education. Maybe you decide to invest in your mental health. You might also defend your values and be very vocal. And you generally might not necessarily be that vocal. So this could take some people by surprise, but hey, you've got a sharp tongue and you are not afraid to use it, and you're not afraid to stand up for whatever you believe is correct. I also believe you might uncover some hidden information that you decide to act upon, and you might even confront someone around this time. You might also be very quick to accept some sort of a new financial offer. So there could be someone reaching out, maybe a recruiter, maybe another client that says, "Hey, I need your services ASAP. Can you deliver?" And you are probably going to say, "Yes." When? Now. So you might be very quick to accept. Neptune goes back into Pisces 22nd of October. So until January of next year, until the end of January, I feel like there is still some more releasing and letting go that needs to happen when it comes to your existing habits. There could also still be some nebulousness that you need to deal with in the workspace, and maybe there's a sense of not having like full-blown clarity as to where your work is headed until January. As I said, Scorpio season begins 23rd of October, and on the 24th, the Sun in Scorpio squares Pluto. I believe that the 24th of October is a little bit of a wake-up call. You might realize, hey, I need to transform the way that I think about money and the way that I spend money on my passions, my hobbies, and whatever makes me happy. I also believe there could be a little bit of a clash between you and maybe a romantic partner based on different values. Potentially, Mercury is going to trine Jupiter. So even though there might be some sort of a clash happening between you and a loved one, it could also be between you and a child. If you talk about the big picture, if you look at things sort of like strategically from the mountaintop, I feel like you can find common ground with this person and you can find a way to move forward. Also, 24th of October, there could be some really good news coming your way from the workspace. I mean, there's basically a chance of good news coming your way from the professional space on the 24th, on the 25th, on the 28th, and on the 29th of October. So all of these days are looking really great when it comes to professional matters. There's chances of like more money coming in, appreciation from bosses, from clients, from colleagues, and if you are looking to get a job, so if you're not currently employed, there is a possibility, there is a chance that you might attract an exciting, well-paid opportunity sometime between the 24th until the 29th. If you need to have important conversations with authority figures, I would have them either on the 24th or on the 28th, but you could also have them anytime from the 24th until the 28th, my dear Libras. 25th of October, Mercury trines Saturn. I feel like something that you've been working really hard towards in your professional life is finally paying off. You might also decide to finally invest in something that you thought about investing, but maybe you postponed it for whatever reason. You might feel ready to invest in your health. Maybe you decide, hey, I'm going to purchase that gym membership, or I'm going to finally buy that like subscription to, I don't know, this meditation app, whatever it is, you're kind of like spending money towards achieving long-term goals health-wise, and it feels like it's money well spent. You could also kind of like have an aha moment as to what's going to work long-term for you health-wise around the 25th of October. 28th of October, Mars trines Jupiter. Oh, I feel like you need to act fast to score a big win professionally. So you need to like be quick on your feet. You can't sort of like evaluate forever and weigh your options. There is a big opportunity. You need to jump. Like courage and timing is of the essence, and you taking a leap of faith professionally is probably going to pay off beautifully. If you're spending money on something concerning your public life, your public status, your public reputation, maybe your website, your business, it is probably going to be money very well spent on the 28th of October. Maybe also on the 29th. So 28th, 29th. 29th of October, Mars trines Saturn. You are laser focused on achieving something really hard, either work-wise or health-wise. Health-wise, you could be working out and maybe kind of like being consistent and sticking to your routine and feeling very motivated. Generally, you seem to be in like high motivation mode sometime between, I want to say, the 25th until the 29th. So you can achieve whatever you set your mind to, especially work-wise and health-wise, but also in terms of longer term goals connected with your home life, family life, private life, and property sector. I also believe you might need to take the lead in the professional sphere around the 29th of October. So if something comes up, don't be afraid to take action. Don't wait for other people. If you intuitively know what needs to get done, get it done. That's my recommendation. 29th of October, Mercury goes into Sagittarius and it opposes Uranus. So Mercury is going to be in your third house of like short distance traveling. I mean, the third house, ninth house axis is the axis of traveling. So I would expect cancellations, delays on the road, maybe a change of plans in terms of traveling, something out of the blue popping up when it comes to your preferred mode of transportation. Maybe your car malfunctions and something needs to be replaced. Also, something out of the blue could be disrupted concerning your, laptop or phone or any like technological mercurial device. Not a great time to buy anything, not a great time to sell anything, not a great time to... because essentially things might not work as intended. Not a great time to take an exam. If you need to take an exam, I would take it after the 29th or before the 29th because to me it feels like you're a little bit discombobulated. So something comes at you, maybe information wise, and you don't know how to handle it, or maybe you just have to postpone the exam altogether because something came up out of nowhere and you have to address that issue for instance. And that is Libras. My dear Scorpios, Scorpio suns and Scorpio risings. October. What is going on in the sky, Scorpios? Well, I will say this. October is an action-packed month and you are the action sometimes. You're the ones causing the action to happen, Scorpios, especially Scorpio risings. Why is that? Because Mars is going to be in your corner. Mars is going to be transiting Scorpio for the entirety of October, actually all the way until the beginning of November. So you're probably going to be a little bit of a powerhouse. I mean, even more so than usual. You're going to have loads of energy. You're going to make things happen. You're going to take action. You're going to take the lead. And I do believe you're probably not going to take no for an answer for the most part. You might feel like your physical stamina is going up. You might feel like you've got, as I said, loads of energy. So it might not be a bad idea at all to potentially channel some of that energy into some sort of a physical outlet. For instance, working out or just sort of like expending, not expanding, expending energy somehow physically, whether that's going to the gym, I don't know, boxing, swimming, whatever you prefer. Scorpio is a water sign after all. Venus is going to be transiting your 11th house of friends, groups, communities, all the way until the 13th of October. So if you want to get together with friends, if you want to maybe attend conferences, group type of events, I would recommend taking advantage of the first part of October until the 13th of November when Venus goes into Libra in your 12th house. Now, Venus is going to be in Libra in your 12th house from the 13th of October until, once again, the beginning of November, the first week of November. And that's when you're probably also going to want to maybe escape a little bit, get away from the world, potentially with a loved one, potentially with someone that feels really, really close to your heart. I mean, Venus is the ruler of your house of relationships as well. So if you want to take some days off, if you want to take some time off with a significant other, by all means. You also don't necessarily have to take time off with a significant other. I mean, you can just enjoy your privacy and your space and being in your cocoon, so to speak. Venus transiting the 12th house is also a really, really, really supportive transit when it comes to focusing on your mental health, focusing on your spiritual life, focusing on relaxation, meditation, potentially introspection. And it can also be a very healing transit. I will say this, especially if you've been dealing with any any heavy energy that you might have tried to either ignore or relegate to the depths of your subconscious or of your psyche. Now, I'm gonna go back to the very beginning of the month, and we're gonna go in chronological order. But I had to give a shout out to these very important transits in October, Scorpios. So 1st of October, Mercury is going to square Jupiter. I feel like there's going to be some significant conversations or ideas or information coming to your attention when it comes to one of the following. When it comes to your academic life, when it comes to a legal matter, potentially also when it comes to a financial matter that is impacted by some legal developments. I believe you're probably going to encounter some hidden information. I mean, you're a Scorpio, right? That's what you do. You find the things that are hidden. You uncover secrets. You reveal the secrets, aka you're the investigators. You may actually indeed find some information that you didn't initially have access to. This might change some things for you from a financial perspective. Maybe you realize, hey, I have to pay some costs that I was not aware of. I have to cover some expenses that I was not aware of. A trip, if you're traveling, something could cost, once again, more than you thought it would cost. It's absolutely manageable. It's absolutely workable, Scorpios, but I do believe you're probably going to be a tiny little bit frustrated because you would have preferred to know about these things sooner rather than later. 6th of October, Mercury goes into Scorpio in your first house all the way until, and this is for Scorpio risings, by the way, all the way until the 29th of October. Not only are you going to be very driven and motivated to take action with Mars in your corner, you're also going to be very well-spoken. You're going to be very eloquent. You're going to have a way with words. It's going to be quite, how should I say, quite clear to you where you stand, what you think about literally anything, and you're probably not going to shy away from speaking your mind. And sometimes that might involve saying some things that don't necessarily make people comfortable, but you're not here to make people comfortable, okay? 7th of October, active 3 days before, 3 days after, we've got a full moon in Aries, activating your axis of work and health. So you might be wrapping up a work project. You might be bringing something to completion, to fruition in the workspace. There is a possibility you might have an important presentation in the workspace. There's a possibility that you're finally going to hear news, or you're finally going to get the results that you've been waiting for. From a work perspective, for instance, if you've been applying for jobs, then you're probably going to hear yes, no, as to whether you've got a job or not. I do believe that if you've been applying for work, if you've been applying for jobs, if you are not employed, you are very, very likely to get a job. You're very likely to be satisfied with the news that come your way. You might know exactly what are the next steps that need to be taken when it comes to your job, to your work, and I do believe you have a lot of say over how things unfold. You might be the one leading a team at work, and once again, you have a clear target, you have a clear goal that you're probably accomplishing around the 7th of October. I actually like this full moon. It's ruled by a very strong Mars in Scorpio, Mars in domicile. Now, from a health perspective, once again, if you were waiting to hear back from, I don't know, the doctors, to hear back on the results of a test or anything like that, you're probably going to get that result, and you're going to know exactly what needs to be done next. And I do believe you are ready to jump into action. Now, if you have been postponing taking action on the health front, then this full moon is saying, nah, you can't do that anymore. You got to move, and you got to move now, and you got to move fast. Now, that doesn't necessarily imply any sort of like emergency or anything like that, but let's say you've just been postponing for a while, going to the dentist, and this full moon is saying, come on, you got to do it. No time like the present. So it's kind of like lighting up a fire underneath your backside. I think there's a saying somewhere, somewhere along those lines, but here I am paraphrasing sayings because I don't always remember them word by word. 11th of October, Venus in Virgo will oppose Saturn in Pisces. I mean, I feel like you're getting together with people around the 11th of October, maybe also a day before, a day after, but you're not necessarily having the most fun that you could possibly have. I feel like you'd rather be someplace else and not with these people. So maybe it's like a work function that you need to attend. Maybe you just kind of have some sort of an obligation to go to an event, and for whatever reason, it feels like this crowd is not necessarily your crowd. There's also a possibility that you might need to say no, you might need to decline an invitation, or you might need to disappoint someone, maybe a friend or a loved one in general, because you don't want to go to, I don't know, some event that they want to go to. You are, as I said, probably going to reject their offer. You do seem to be a little bit uninspired from a creative perspective around this time, not because the ideas are not flowing, but because the feedback that you're getting from the outside is not necessarily the feedback that you expected. So you might be a tiny little bit deflated, metaphorically speaking. As I said, 13th of October, Venus goes into Libra, and on the 14th of October, Venus opposes Neptune in Aries, in your 6th house of day-to-day work. It also trines Uranus and Pluto. This is such an interesting day. So on the one hand, I feel like you are around the 14th of October, maybe also day before and day after, you are completely disappointed in someone work-wise. Maybe you realize that they've been hiding things from you. Maybe you realize that they've been doing things behind your back. There's also a possibility that the disappointment is coming from the fact that a colleague is leaving, maybe someone that you got along really well with in the workspace. There is a tendency, I do want to put this out there, to potentially overdo things when it comes to pleasure. And your health mentally and physically might not necessarily thank you, might not be very pleased with you overdoing things, overindulging, let's say. Venus, however, trining Uranus and Pluto is telling me that you're having some sort of aha moment, some sort of like important revelations around maybe relationships that have caused some trouble in the past, relationships that have been complicated, maybe a little bit toxic in the past, maybe also you realize that you are ready to forgive someone. It could be a parent, it could be a family member in general, it could be a partner. You might feel ready to let go of maybe the resentment that you have towards them. A family member can also surprise you. Someone could surprise you with a gift around the 14th of October. You're probably going to like it, so looks good. 14th of October, also Pluto goes direct in your house of home, family, and living situation. So the transformations at home and in your private life continue for the next 2 decades, Scorpio. So fret not. It's going to take the transformations a while to unfold. 17th of October, the Sun is going to square Jupiter and oppose Chiron. I mean, I feel like people could be a little bit touchy in the workspace, big egos, clashes, ego-wise. You might not necessarily be on the same page with someone in terms of beliefs, in terms of worldviews, in terms of life philosophy, also because they come from a different background. I feel like you're going to have to somehow make things work with this person in the professional sphere. So yeah, you might feel like you have to suck it up and bite your tongue and not necessarily share how much you disagree with their views, maybe their political views. 20th of October, Mercury conjunct Mars and in a wide trine to Jupiter. I mean, you know how I told you that your words can be super sharp? Well, 20th of October, maybe also day before and day after, this is exactly when your words can be super cutting. Super cutting. Now, I'm not here to tell you what to do. I'm not here to tell you how to behave, Scorpios. But if you do speak openly and authentically and honestly, which obviously, I mean, that's the goal. Keep in mind that you might trigger some people. Keep in mind that you might hit some really, 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 really sore spots. Keep in mind that other people's reactions might not necessarily be that rosy. That's not because you're not right. That's not because you're not speaking the truth, but it's because, yeah, sometimes people are not prepared for the truth, or they don't want to hear the truth. You might even deliver some truth in like a large quantity, so to speak, to a friend. I feel like you're also probably going to stand out definitely for how you talk around this time, but also stand up for maybe yourself or for someone else. That is also a possibility. Around the 20th of October, you might defend a colleague, you might defend a coworker, you might defend a friend, you might speak in a very like assertive manner, not just on behalf of yourself, but also on behalf of someone else. 21st of October, active 3 days before, 3 days after, we've got a new moon in Libra in your 12th house. I feel like something is starting to flourish behind the scenes in your life. It's something beautiful. It's something that brings you a sense of peace and calm and comfort. Maybe it's a new passion or a new hobby or a new kind of artistic outlet, potentially. It could also be a connection, a relationship with someone who is very supportive of you, someone who can help you heal somehow, someone who is here to bring you peace. But I repeat, it's probably something that you're going to keep for yourselves, Scorpios. It's probably something that you're going to keep under wraps. Some of you could also kick off a new chapter from a mental health perspective. Maybe you decide, okay, I'm going to work with a therapist, or I'm going to spend more time doing something pleasant and harmony-inducing. 23rd of October, the sun goes into your first house. So the spotlight's going to be on you for the next month. Scorpio season begins. And 24th of October, the sun is going to square Pluto. Okay, this is an interesting one. I feel like you've had enough. You've had enough when it comes to saying yes, agreeing, acquiescing to something that you are not super, super, super happy about at home. So you are probably going to feel ready to, oh God, metaphorically speaking, set things a little bit on fire. I repeat, metaphorically. You're probably no longer going to just go with the flow. There is also possibility that something that's been bubbling under the surface at home is kind of like finally coming into the spotlight, and you can no longer pretend, or you can no longer avoid talking to other people about what's been going on in your private life. Mercury is trining Jupiter on the same day. So I do believe you're going to have a way with words. I believe that your speech is going to be very uplifting. I believe you're going to be very good at explaining things, giving the backstory. You're probably going to feel very mentally inspired. You're actually probably going to be in a very optimistic state of mind. Also, you might inspire others with your speech as well. There can also be good news coming up towards you around the 24th of October when it comes to legal matters, legal endeavors, academic matters, or financial matters. Also a great day to travel and to book plane tickets, for instance. 25th of October, Mercury trines Saturn. You are putting your mind to use in a very productive manner, and I do believe you're also very inspired at the same time. This is a great day for creative writing, for instance. It's also a great day to strengthen the relationship with a loved one. It could be a child, it could be a family member, it could be a romantic partner. 28th of October, Mars trines Jupiter, and you might feel this energy the day before and the day after as well. I love a good Mars-Jupiter trine. You are ready to go big. You're ready to take action, to go after a big dream of some sorts, something that you love, something that you're very invested in, something that is very close to your heart. You might take action to potentially book some sort of a trip. It's a great time for traveling. I gotta say, I love the whole period, 24th of October until the 28th of October when it comes to traveling. I feel like this is also a good day for physical activities, 28th of October, also 29th, 27th as well. A great day, 28th of October, to step into a position of leadership and to inspire others. Also a great time to coach others. You do seem to be very emboldened and to feel very courageous and to feel very kind of like strongly supported by a higher power. And you might also be very proud. If you have kids, you might be very proud to see one of your children thrive, potentially on the academic front, but maybe also when it comes to like sports, games, and so on. 29th of October, Mars trines Saturn. I like this also for physical activities. If you like to be to get active physically, to play any sort of like sport or game, this is a really, really, really good time. You do seem to be putting a lot of energy very successfully into a matter that's taken you a long, long time, maybe a creative project, maybe something that you've put a lot of heart into, and you are seeing some very, very, very exciting results. 29th of October. Now, also on the 29th of October, however, Mercury enters Sagittarius, and it opposes Uranus in Gemini. Surprises coming up connected with your financial situation, very, very possibly. So an unexpected expense, it's possible, an unexpected cost, an unexpected change of, I don't know, the interest rate on your mortgage, for instance. There is a possibility that you might have some surprising news to deliver to some people. That's also a very strong possibility. Let's say you have other plans from a financial perspective and you have to let your friend know, for example, that you're no longer going to be going with them on holiday or to a concert, or you're no longer going to be attending their wedding. And I believe that you're going to have to break the news to them, and the responses are going to be mixed. Yes. Do be careful when it comes to losing your wallet. Do be careful when it comes to sort of like sudden things happening that leave you out of pocket somehow. So that kind of take away some of your resources. So do be extra cautious when it comes to where you leave your wallet, what you do with your credit card details, and so on. Sagittarius suns and Sagittarius risings. October. What's going on, Sagittarians? Well, I have to give you a little bit of a heads up that there's going to be a lot of action in your 12th house this month, Sagittarians. So a lot of things, especially for Sagittarius risings, a lot of things are happening behind the scenes. Now, some of them you're in charge of. Maybe you're taking action behind the scenes. Maybe you're doing a lot behind the scenes. Maybe you're getting away from the world with a romantic partner this month, potentially with Mars the entire month. Mars is the ruler of your 5th house of romantic love. Mars is transiting your 12th house this whole month. So there's a lot going on behind the scenes that you're not revealing to the world. I do also want to make you aware of the fact that the 12th house, where a lot of the action is happening, is also connected with undoing and hidden enemies and isolation and seclusion. So if you sense instinctively, intuitively that something's going on behind your back, do not wait. That's my recommendation, Sagittarians. I know. There's a big part of you that tends to look at the glass half full as opposed to the glass half empty. But if you sense that there's something a little bit off, if you sense that something is working against you, if you sense that someone is working against you, I mean, we don't have to be paranoid, but I am giving you a heads up. Investigate. Don't sleep on it. Don't just hope that it will pass. I mean, it will probably pass eventually, but there may be some consequences that potentially could have been prevented if you had dug deeper. Now, I also want to give you a heads up that there is sometimes a little bit of a chance of, let's call it self-undoing, self-sabotage, self-undoing through pleasurable activities. So if you have passions, hobbies that are physical in some shape or form, do be a little bit extra cautious this month. I mean, nothing crazy, don't worry about it, but don't push yourselves too hard. Don't overdo it. Don't be kind of like overly obsessive about doing things in a very kind of like specific way from a physical perspective. So let's say you go to the gym and you lift super heavy, and you might feel ready to kind of take things to the next level, and you're kind of like so focused, and there's a risk of just pushing yourselves too hard. So keep that in mind. At the same time, I do believe you can also get a lot done. You can achieve a lot this month in secret almost. So the world doesn't have to know unless it's absolutely necessary, and you can be super productive. It's a great time to get rid of stuff. The whole month is a great time to get rid of stuff that no longer serves you. So to do a proper kind of like cleanse, a proper purge. Don't be a hoarder. Get rid of the things that you're no longer using. In what sense? Get rid of them. Donate them if you can. Recycle if you can. Venus is going to be transiting your house of career until the 13th of October. This is nice. Venus is a pleasant, harmonious influence. You might enjoy being in the spotlight. You might have some pleasant interactions with clients. You can sort of like charm people in a professional setup. And Venus transiting the 10th house is not just a supportive energy for your career. It's also supportive for your status and your reputation in the world. So if you need to go out in the world, I mean, you're probably going to be admired, and you're going to be quite valued and appreciated. Potentially the only exception could be the 11th of October when Venus is opposing Saturn. I mean, there is a possibility you might want to go out into the world. There is a possibility that something nice could be happening in the professional space or in the public space in general. We can leave professional aside, but duty calls at home, or there's something going on at home that sort of like rains a little bit on your parade. Maybe someone is not as supportive as you thought they would be. Maybe someone at home is struggling with something mentally, emotionally, health-wise. So it feels like something is, as I said, kind of like dampening the mood a little bit around the 11th of October. So I did want to give you a bit of a heads up. Venus is going to go into Libra from the 13th of October until the first week of November. This is also beautiful. This is very beautiful. Venus in domicile is fantastic. 13th of October until the first week of November, Venus is very supportive of you. Being active in the world, connecting with friends, doing things together with friends, attending social functions, going to concerts, going to all sorts of group type of events. It's a great time to reconnect with friends. It's a great time to reach out to friends. It's a great time for networking, for building relationships, for being active within your tribe. There's a lot of kind of like enjoyment and pleasure and harmony to be derived from interactions with peers and with your tribe. Now, Venus is also the ruler of your sixth house of day-to-day work. This is important because Venus transiting Libra is going to be supportive for you work-wise still. So as much as Venus transiting Virgo has been supportive for you professionally, Venus transiting Libra is going to be also supportive for you from a work perspective. You're probably going to really enjoy the work that you do on a day-to-day basis from the 13th of October until the 6th of November, especially because the people that you're connecting with, the relationships that you're forming, the relationships that maybe you're nurturing they're great. They're really fulfilling. They bring a lot of enjoyment in your life. Now, speaking of relationships, if you work for yourselves, or if you're thinking about getting on, on the freelance sort of train, if you want to look for another job, 13th of October until the first week of November is a great time to network, to reach out to people, to have interviews, to maybe make use of your existing network if you're looking for other work opportunities. And in general, my recommendation would be get out of the house, go out into the world, because you're probably going to benefit not just socially. It's going to be very enjoyable. You may benefit also from a professional perspective. I just thought you should know. Sagittarians. Now let me go back to the beginning of the month. 1st of October, Mercury squares Jupiter. I mean, I like this energy. You're probably going to talk to friends, maybe talk to people about some things that you haven't really disclosed about yourselves, Sagittarians. Maybe the conversations are going to be these sort of like heart-to-heart conversations. Maybe you're gonna go into some taboo topics. Maybe taboo for you, maybe taboo for the people that you talk to. But I do believe that generally the vibe, the atmosphere is super kind of like open and open-minded towards people sharing their secrets, people kind of like revealing parts of their lives that make them feel vulnerable, but that feel really good to open up about. Because what's the saying? I mean, secrets hold power over us, and a secret revealed in a safe space loses its power, and it makes us feel more empowered. 6th of October, Mercury goes into Scorpio in your 12th house, all the way until the end of the month. Now, you've got Mars transiting this part of your chart. Mars is the ruler of your 5th house of romantic love, and Mercury, the ruler of your 7th house of relationships, is also going into the 12th house. Lots going on romantically behind the scenes, I'm just gonna say. Now, some people might also say, Rux, what if we're not in a romantic relationship? Well, someone could admire you, and they might be doing this from the shadows, and they might want to be in a romantic relationship with you, but maybe you're not noticing, or you just don't know yet. I would, however, also be careful when it comes to what it is that you reveal to people in confidence. The whole month of October, but especially as Mercury goes into the 12th house from the 6th of October all the way until the end of October, all the way until the 29th. Things spoken of in confidence behind closed doors might work against you. So because the 12th house is also the house of self-undoing, be very, very cautious what you say, who you say things to. Maybe you say something to your romantic partner and you tell them, hey, please don't talk to anyone about this, and they actually disclose your secret. I mean, maybe unintentionally. So yeah, careful what you talk about and who you talk to. Your mind might also be very active when you sleep. I mean, you might dream a lot. Ideas could come to you in your sleep. The 12th house is very strongly connected with the subconscious, with past lives as well. So you could have kind of like glimpses in your dreams, in your sleep. And sometimes these glimpses and these insights could actually be quite useful. 7th of October, full moon in Aries, 5th house, active, 3 days before, 3 days after. I mean, this could be a time to celebrate something. It could be a fun time. You might actually be having a fun time. You might be having a good time. If you have kids, the spotlight could be on your children. If you are dating someone, the spotlight can be on your romantic life. There is a possibility of, I repeat, something going on behind the scenes from a romantic perspective that maybe you're not yet ready to reveal to the world, but it could be revealed to the world. It could be disclosed to the world. Maybe you did not ask for this, but alas, it could happen without you asking for this. You could also find out something, if you have kids, you could find out something about them that they have been hiding from you. Are you going to be impressed? Probably not, but I think it's always better to know what you are dealing with. Now, if you're looking to get pregnant, this can be a time for pregnancies to materialize. If you're not looking to get pregnant, then obviously please feel free to ignore this. It could also be a very good time to bring something to completion, to fruition from a creative standpoint. So if you've been working on a creative project, then you could bring this to a close. 13th of October, as I said, Venus goes into Libra, and on the 14th, Venus opposes Neptune. Okay, like here is where I believe things are not exactly what they appear to be on the romantic front. So either someone is lying to you, or you are lying to them, or you may just have a little bit of a moment of disappointment from a romantic perspective. Now, of course, people try to impress each other when they are at the beginning of a romantic relationship, at the beginning of a romantic liaison. It's not necessarily the best time for a date, 14th of October. If you are going out on a date, and especially if you're going out on a date with someone that you've met for the first time, or that you're just kind of like getting to know, you haven't known them for a long time, take, please, things with a pinch of salt. A friend could also be a source of disappointment around this time. Maybe they cancel, they bail on you at the last minute. Venus is in a harmonious aspect to Uranus and to Pluto. I do believe that if you're going out, if you are catching up with friends, if you're going out to a social function, I believe that you're having some really cool conversations, some interesting interactions, some really enjoyable interactions. There is, however, this sort of kind of like darker cloud at the same time that you might decide to keep to yourselves, Sagittarians, that you might decide to keep hidden. Now, if you're feeling a little bit down for whatever reason around the 14th of October, and you're thinking, I don't want to go out, I don't want to see anyone, I don't want to meet anyone, to that I say, you might be very pleasantly surprised if you do go out. As I said, to encounter some really cool people, to have some like really cool conversations, and to be inspired by how other people think. Great time for networking. As I said, maybe not necessarily the best time for romance. 14th of October, maybe also day before, day after. Pluto goes direct on the 14th of October. Also, your logical mind, your way of thinking, your opinions are essentially going through some dramatic transformations over the next couple of decades, Sagittarians, and that continues now as Pluto has gone direct. 17th of October, Sun opposes Chiron and squares Jupiter. I mean, a friend or a child or a romantic partner is going through a little bit of a tougher time. They're a little bit more sensitive. They're maybe a little bit more emotional, more emotionally reactive. So don't take things personally if it feels like they're overreacting to something. Egos are a little bit sensitive around this time. 20th of October, Mercury conjuncts Mars in your 12th house. Someone's talking behind you, metaphorically speaking, behind your back, and they might not be saying very kind things. I mean, what you don't know doesn't hurt you, but eventually you might hear about it. You might hear about them gossiping, for instance, and there is a possibility that you might feel a little bit hurt because maybe it's someone that you looked up to, or someone that you like really had an appreciation for. It could even be someone that is quite close to you. Now, speaking of the 20th of October and gossip, my massive recommendation is for you Sagittarians to not gossip around the 20th of October, maybe day before, day after, as well, because it can massively backfire. So do use your words cautiously. Also, if you're traveling, I would just kind of like make sure that you pay attention to like the safety, like parameters of you traveling. So I would not kind of travel with someone that you're not 100% sure that they have like good intentions. I would not travel like middle of the night if possible, just giving you a bit of a heads up. 21st of October, new moon in Libra, fresh start when it comes to your goals and your plans for the future. I love this new moon because Venus, the ruler of the new moon, is going to be in domicile. So the future actually looks very bright. You have big plans with people that are here to support you. There could be some really big plans that you're very excited about starting to materialize on the professional front, on the work front. You might enter a new community, you might make a new friend, you might welcome in new supporters, so to speak. And I do actually believe, I have to say this, I believe that these people are, first of all, they're here to stay, and secondly, they genuinely are here to help you. 22nd of October, Neptune re-enters Pisces in your 4th house of home until the beginning of 2026. Essentially, things are a little bit murky at home. And they're probably going to stay murky until the beginning of 2026. 23rd of October, the sun goes into Scorpio for the next month. To me, it looks like over the next month, it could be a good idea to potentially take a little bit of time off. And also to deal with some of the matters that you have either not wanted to deal with or avoided, or maybe they stir up really strong emotions in you, and that's why you've kind of relegated them to the side. But I think the time has come. You're probably going to be very acutely aware of what some of these things are around the 24th of October, when the sun is going to square Pluto. Potentially you might need to have some challenging conversations, some difficult conversations, maybe with siblings, maybe with in-laws, maybe with cousins, maybe with your colleagues. I like that Mercury is going to be in a trine to Jupiter. So whatever it is that you have to say, you're probably going to have a way with words and find a way to deliver your message in such a way that it comes across as compassionate and kind and empathetic, even if you're talking about some really like sensitive stuff. You could also be having some important conversations in private, conversations about changes and transformations, conversations also with a partner. If you are in a relationship, you may decide, I repeat, to not immediately talk to the world about the decisions that you're making together with a partner. 25th of October, Mercury trines Saturn. I feel like your mind is really sharp. It's really focused. It's focused on achieving some concrete tasks. I feel like you are also mentally quite at peace with how things are evolving in your home life, in your private life, and in your family life, even though, as I said, things could still be a little bit murky until the beginning of 2026. Mars, 28th of October, active day before, day after, is going to trine Jupiter. Okay, you are taking action behind the scenes to transform your life in quite a dramatic way, probably in terms of living situation, maybe in terms of family life. I feel like you are full of courage. You are ready to do what it takes to make things happen. And I believe the wheel of destiny is already kind of like turning quite rapidly, quite quickly for you Sagittarians. 29th of October, Mars trines Saturn. You're doing some sort of like heavy lifting. I mean, metaphorically speaking, some hard work around the home. Maybe you are doing some practical stuff around the house that you've been postponing. I also believe that things are starting to fall into place on the home front, on the living situation front, on the family front. Things that have taken a long time to materialize, and potentially also things that you've worked really hard for in the past maybe couple of years, maybe as early as 2023. For instance, if you've been, let's say, looking to save money, to buy a home, to maybe work on the extension of a home, to extend your current home. Things are finally happening. Now, you could also be taking action sometime between the 27th until the 29th to get rid of stuff from the house, or to prepare for a move home and living situation wise. 29th of October, I also want to flag, Mercury goes into Sagittarius. Now, this is great for you because you're going to kind of like feel like your mind is super sharp and you're going to have loads of stories to tell and loads of thoughts to share with the world. But also on the 29th of October, Mercury opposes Uranus. I feel like either you're going to surprise someone with an important piece of news, or they're going to surprise you. You could surprise a business partner and tell them, I am done. We are no longer going to be working together. It could kind of completely catch them off guard. The opposite is also possible. A business partner, a collaborator, someone from your work life might get in touch with you and say, that's it, we are done. Unexpected conversations, surprising conversations, disruptive conversations also with life partners are a possibility. You just don't know what people are going to say, and they don't know what you're going to say. As much as you're going to surprise them, they're probably going to surprise you. So yeah, it feels like a little bit of a volatile time, the 29th of October. In what sense? Nothing bad is happening. So I feel like sometimes people potentially think about the worst case scenario. And I understand, because our brain is trying to help us survive. Our logical mind is very strongly concerned with our survival. But sometimes it can just be that, especially with this transit, someone contacts you and kind of like delivers a piece of news completely out of the blue that you didn't see coming. For instance, your partner could let you know, hey, I'm going on this 2-week retreat. And you're thinking, oh my God, where on earth is this coming from? You didn't talk to me about this whole thing. So that can also happen. So please, folks, and I know that I'm talking to Sagittarius, and I know maybe this does not apply to you Sagittarians. I fully acknowledge that. But I'm talking to the world. Stop thinking about the worst case scenario. Very rarely does the worst case scenario happen. And remember, the universe is mental. So we plug into the mind of the universe, and our mind helps shape reality. So if you think about the worst case scenario, I mean, you might actually help materialize it, help manifest it. That is Sagittarius. My dear Capricorns, October of 2025. What is going on for you, Capricorns? Well, there's actually some really good stuff happening for you this month. I know, you're the skeptics of the zodiac. I mean, there's quite a few signs that are quite skeptical, but bear with me, because I think you're actually gonna like, for the most part, this month. 2 reasons. I'm gonna give you 2 reasons to start with. Mars is going to be in domicile in Scorpio the whole month, in your 11th house. What does that tell me, Capricorns? It tells me that you will be, I was about to say, unbeatable. You are going to be a powerhouse. You are going to be indomitable when it comes to achieving your goals this month. And you are going to make so much progress. I kid you not. So much progress with achieving your goals. It's probably going to feel a tiny little bit unreal when the month ends. You might look back and say, oh wow, I have made a lot happen. Now, it's probably going to be some sort of a group effort, a joint effort. You're not just doing this on your own. You're probably collaborating with peers, with a community. You've got supporters, you've got friends who are helping you make things happen. But you seem to have so much energy and clarity and stamina to accomplish your goals. Use it, Capricorns. Get going. Stop overthinking. Stop thinking that you're not prepared. Stop thinking that the right time is not now. Sometimes I have noticed, I mean, Capricorn ascendants especially, and to an extent Aquarius ascendants as well, because they're ruled by Saturn. Sometimes the reason why things don't necessarily work out is because, yes, they are ruled by Saturn, so things do take a long time, generally, to manifest. But sometimes you just have to go for it. You might always feel a tiny little bit, I don't want to say unprepared, but you might feel like there's more work that you have to do in order to be at the standard or at the level that you're aspiring to be at, Capricorns. And to that I say, don't worry about that this month. Just do it. Just go and enlist the help and the support of whoever it is that you know is going to help you achieve your targets, because they're going to be there for you. Venus is going to be in Libra in your house of career from the 13th of October until the first week of November. You're also going to like this transit, Capricorns, because Venus is in domicile in your 10th house in Libra, Capricorn risings, that is. This is a superb period. I repeat, 13th of October until the first week of November, a superb period for all things career related, and also all things connected to your public life, public status, and public reputation. So if you want to update your LinkedIn, if you want to update your CV, your portfolio, your public image, if you want to go get your headshots done, your new headshots, if you want to, I don't know, speak in public, if you want to present things to a wider audience in a professional setup, if you want to go for a new job, if you want to apply for a promotion, this is it. Take advantage of this energy. Venus is the planet of relationships, so you're going to be very charming. You're going to charm the people in power, okay? They're going to be very inclined to say yes to you. And if you are the one in power, which probably many times you are, Capricorns, alas, you're going to get a lot done by being charming yourselves and by focusing on diplomacy and tact and win-win situations. Potentially the only day that is a little bit trickier with Venus in Libra is the 14th of October when it opposes Neptune. I mean, I feel like you might have to like disappoint someone at home because you're focusing on your professional life. Maybe a family member is not really happy with you always working or going to a work-related function, or not giving them as much attention and as much maybe affection as they need in that very moment. Maybe they're feeling a little bit sensitive, a little bit vulnerable. The relationship with someone at home is a tiny bit kind of challenging around this time. You might also be upset with them because you're trying to make things work for everyone involved. So you might be upset with someone at home because you're trying to be diplomatic, you're trying to please everyone, and this person is just being, I'm gonna say, in your view, a tiny little bit delusional with their demands or with their requests, and yeah, you're probably not having it. However, Venus on the same day is also trining Uranus and Pluto. A really unexpected success professionally, really unexpected positive results on the financial front as well. Things are kind of like working out really well career-wise for you. You could form some really important partnerships. You could score a big win. You could bring on board a really big client. There can be an unexpected work opportunity that's going to pay a lot coming up. I feel like you are also very creative. You've got a way with words. You're coming up with creative solutions. You are wowing people. So, I mean, these are just two of the reasons why I think you're going to like October, my dear Capricorns. Now, Venus is going to be in Virgo in your 9th house all the way until the 13th of October. And this is actually a good time to travel, but also to connect with people who are based abroad, people from different countries, cultures. If you are waiting for any sort of results, outcomes on the legal front, Venus is quite helpful. The only exception when it comes to traveling or maybe reaching out to people in a legal sphere or in an academic sphere potentially, the only exception, so this is the day that I don't like, is the 11th of October. So I would not necessarily travel around this day. I would not necessarily reach out to someone who is based abroad on this day. I would not necessarily try to make a lot of progress on the legal front on this day, because Saturn is just making things difficult. There's kind of like challenges in communication. There could generally be some challenges in communication with people around the 11th of October, no matter what. Maybe there's language barriers. Maybe there's barriers in terms of values, different value systems. So yeah, that's the exception. Now, I'm going to do this thing that some people like, some people don't like. And I'm going to go back to the beginning of the month to go through the most important dates in chronological order, my lovely Capricorns. So 1st of October, you might feel this energy also day before, day after. Mercury squares Jupiter. Big talks, important talks with your life partner, but also maybe with people that you work with. I feel like the talks are, for the most part, super optimistic, and they should be. But do be aware of the fact that some people can overpromise and underdeliver. That's generally not you. If anything, you're the one who underpromises and totally delivers Capricorns. So if someone is kind of delivering this like super optimistic, rosy colored glasses speech, Capricorns, I believe it's probably a good time to put on your skeptical glasses and say, okay, we'll see We'll see about that. 6th of October, Mercury goes into Scorpio in your 11th house until the 29th. So you're thinking a lot about plans for the future. You're talking to a lot of people. You might be reaching out to friends. You might be reaching out to contacts, to your contacts. There's a lot of kind of like social activity connected with work. So maybe you have to go to, I don't know, like classes, courses connected with your work. Maybe you're learning from people in the workspace. Maybe you're teaching people in the workspace. Maybe you're making presentations in the workspace quite a bit. 7th of October, full moon in Aries, active 3 days before, 3 days after. Something is coming to fruition at home. Some of you could be moving into a new home. Some of you could be selling a home. Some of you could be getting the green light when it comes to a property or a home and family related matter. To me, it feels like you have accomplished some sort of a goal in your private life. Maybe, as I said, connected with your actual living situation, connected with your actual property sector. It's also possible that a family member has achieved one of their goals, and now the coast is sort of like clear. The path is very clear as to how their life is going to look like. Let's say moving forward. Lots of action, but very productive action. I have to say, 7th of October, 3 days before, 3 days, 3 days after. I did mention Venus going into Libra on the 13th of October. On the 14th of October, Pluto also goes direct in Aquarius in your second house of values and income. Capricorns, your value system is going through such a tremendous rebirth over the next 2 decades. 20 years from now, you're probably going to look back and say, I care about a whole different set of things than the things that I used to care about before Pluto went into Aquarius. 17th of October, Sun opposes Chiron and squares Jupiter. I feel like you're a little bit caught up in the middle between several people, kind of like trying to get their way. One of them is trying to be the people pleaser, but it's driving others mad. It could be that you're sort of like caught up between two family members and you're trying to play the role of the diplomat. Maybe you're trying to listen to everyone, but it's really hard because you can kind of like see the flaws in their thinking for all of them. But at the same time, you are trying to be the kind and the sensitive one who doesn't just say things to their face. It's like, yeah, no, you're wrong. So there could be also potentially an argument unfolding that once again kind of takes a lot of space in your mind and of your day around the 17th of October. 20th of October, Mercury conjuncts Mars. Oh, you have some like really important messages to deliver in a very like clean, clear-cut, sharp manner to a wider audience. You might be speaking very bluntly, and I believe that's actually gonna really impress people in a positive way, because you're saying some of the things that other people were afraid to say. You might also be delivering some harder pills to swallow, but necessary pills to swallow, to a friend. And even though it could take them aback initially, they could say, "Oh God, I didn't realize you actually thought that." They might thank you, Capricorns, for being a very good friend and for speaking the truth when no one else had the guts to do so. New moon in Libra, 21st of October, in your house of career and public status, ruled by Venus in domicile. Fantastic new moon. Probably one of the best lunations of the last quarter of the year, the last quarter of 2025. Fresh start professionally. Some of you could be getting promoted. Some of you could be getting a higher position. You're climbing up the ladder from a hierarchy perspective. You could be starting a new chapter professionally that involves working with someone that you really love working with. There could be new bosses for some people coming in, and if that is the case, if you are gonna be working with a new manager, if you're gonna have a new supervisor, I believe the relationship with this person is gonna be very positive. Very, 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 very positive. You could also be getting a glow up. So career aside, you could be getting some sort of a glow up in the eyes of the world, and maybe it feels like your status and your reputation is getting a boost. So I'm just gonna say it. This is all very positive. All very positive, Capricorns. You might be thinking, Rux, what's going on? Why all the positive news? Because I hear sometimes people, I mean, I don't hear them, but I read about people sometimes getting upset when when I don't deliver the most uplifting news. But that's because the astrology is challenging, and I am not here to pull the wool over your eyes and tell you that a Mars-Pluto square is going to be like a happy, chilled, zen, relaxed energy. Because it ain't gonna be, folks. And then you're gonna come commenting saying, oh no, you said this is gonna be a good day and it was not. That's because, like I said, we are interpreting here as astrologers, we're interpreting the symbolism. Anyway, I digress. Why do I digress? I don't know. I feel like you Capricorns are gonna get what I'm talking about. And you do appreciate, of course, Capricorn is an earth sign, so you are practical people, you're grounded people. You probably do appreciate knowing things as they are, not just wanting to listen to this sort of like story of, it's all gonna be cool, even when things are not cool. Sun goes into Scorpio 23rd of October. Capricorn's in your 11th house. So once again, for the next month, I repeat, the focus is on the future for you, on plans for the future, on connecting with friends, on connecting with like-minded individuals, very, very active social life. 24th of October, the Sun squares Pluto. Maybe you feel like you're not exactly on the same page with a friend, values-wise. There could also be something that comes to the surface connected with your plans for the future, something of a financial nature that you had not taken into account. And I don't believe you're impressed. I actually believe that you're going to be a little bit frustrated with this, but you probably just have to accept it and find a solution around it. Mercury on the 24th of October trines Jupiter, really productive and inspiring and enlightening conversations with friends, partners, business partners, maybe a therapist, maybe an advisor, maybe a consultant. Someone is giving you really, really, really good advice. 25th of October, Mercury trines Saturn, a very productive day when it comes to working together with a group of people, maybe with a team. I feel like everyone's like really pulling their, what's the saying? Pulling their weight, carrying their own weight, and contributing in very kind of like concrete ways to a joint goal. 28th of October, Mars trines Jupiter. I feel like this is when you can kind of take action and surprise a partner with, surprise them because normally it would take you longer to plan something of this nature for them, but now you're actually feeling really bold and really inspired to act a little bit more kind of like intuitively and spontaneously, so to speak. 28th, 29th of October can also be some really good days to go out with friends, maybe attend some sort of an entertainment event that has a physical component to it. So I don't know, if you're doing CrossFit together, you could go compete. Together. I also like 28th and 29th of October because it feels like you are taking action together with other people towards your plans for the future. And you probably feel quite lucky, I am going to say, to have these people in your life, to have the possibility to kind of pick their brains, to have their guidance and their mentorship almost in your life. You may actually have someone in your life that acts as a little bit of a coach. By the way, I also like the 28th of October, day before and day after, from a romantic perspective for you, my dear Capricorns, regardless of whether you're single or not single. So if you are single, then I would say go out for a date, catch up with friends. You just don't know how things are going to turn out. They're probably going to turn out well, wink, wink, romantically speaking. If you are with someone, then I sort of like already covered, I covered that. I feel like saying live a little, take some risks, do something fun on the fly. 29th of October, Mars trines Saturn. Hard work is getting done, and it's getting done really well. Things are coming together also from a financial perspective. Maybe you feel really confident and at peace with how things are working out from a material perspective. You could be setting up a budget. You could be making plans from a financial perspective. You could be kind of like looking into the future and saying, okay, this is what I'm going to use the money for. And you might be talking things through with someone. And it's just kind of like giving you this sense of like stability and safety, but also excitement in terms of moving forward with your goals. 29th of October, however, is also a day that I'm not a massive fan of because of the Mercury-Uranus opposition. So Mercury goes into Sagittarius and it opposes Uranus in your house of day-to-day work. So something could break at work from a technological perspective. It could be the Wi-Fi. It could be the IT systems. There could be a hack. It could be your laptop malfunctioning. It could be your phone malfunctioning. But it does feel like it could get in the way of your work, of your plans, of your meetings. It could also be something related to transport that sort of like prevents you from getting to work in time. Not a good day to travel to work. I mean, if you can work remotely, I know that's not a possibility for a lot of people. But if you could, that would be fantastic. It feels like there's a lot of disruption communication-wise, technology-wise, and transport-wise around the 29th of October, especially on the 29th. But you could even feel the energy the day before and the day after Capricorns. So just know, please be flexible. My dear Aquarius, Aquarius suns and Aquarius risings. October. What is going on in October, Aquarians? Well, the entire month, you actually have Mars, planet of action, transiting through your 10th house of career in domicile in Scorpio. What does that mean? It means that you are going to get stuff done in the professional space. You're not going to take no for an answer. You're going to get things going. You're going to take the lead. You're making things happen. And I think that's a fantastic transit to take advantage of, Aquarians. Your leadership skills will probably be required. I repeat, you may also sometimes have to stand up and fight, metaphorically speaking, defend whatever it is that you believe. Especially, I want to say, around the 20th of October, maybe also the day before and the day after, when Mercury conjuncts Mars, you're probably going to have to speak up and speak from, I gotta say, from the heart, but also speak from a place of truth and boldness and courage and audacity. It may not be easy to say the things that you have to say around the 20th of October, but someone has to speak up. And you calling things by their name is actually probably going to be appreciated in the professional space. You might also speak up to defend someone in the professional space. I feel like no one's going to be able to be a worthy adversary for you in the professional space this month, because you're just unbeatable, unbreakable, indomitable, and you are going to give people a piece of their mind not of their mind. You're going to give people a piece of your mind if it comes to that. Your mind is very sharp. It's very action oriented, especially, I dare say, around the 20th of October, but pretty much throughout the whole month, in particular from the 6th of October onwards, when Mercury, planet of thought and speech, enters your house of career. So do please take advantage, if you can, of this month, Aquarians. If you are not working anymore, if you're retired, etc., then Mars transiting this part of your chart also says, hey, you might put a lot of energy into your public life. So there could be things happening outside of the house. There could be things happening in the public sphere. There's a lot going on in the public sphere, in the public aspect of your lives, Aquarians. You may also need to take action fast, both on the career front as well as in the public sphere in general. So if anything happens, I gotta say, my recommendation would be not to wait. Now, I know better than to give advice to an Aquarius, myself included, but just so you know, an action-oriented approach can really pay off this month. Venus is going to be in your 9th house from the 13th of October in Libra all the way until the first week of November. Venus is going to be in domicile in Libra. What a beautiful time, Aquarians. What a beautiful time for one of the following or for several of the following. I mean, why not? Why limit yourselves? So from the 13th of October until the first week of November, if you want to travel, please travel. Take advantage of this transit because it's probably going to be very, very enjoyable. The only exception to this recommendation would be the 14th of October when Venus opposes Neptune. I mean, if you are bound to travel on the 14th, there might be some delays or plane cancellations, or you might end up potentially, I don't know, like paying more than you thought you would pay for something. So you might feel like you've fallen for some sort of a scam. You could also have a little bit of a disagreement around the 14th of October with someone that you are traveling with. So if you don't have to travel around the 14th, then please don't. But generally, Venus transiting the 9th house is really, really supportive for travel. It's also very supportive for any academic or educational matters. So if you have to take exams, again, the only exception would be the 14th of October. But if you have to take exams, if you have to apply for your PhD, if you have to apply for your master's degree, then do not hesitate to make things happen on this transit. I love Venus in Libra because it looks like people are going to be helpful. So if you do need any support, you're going to get it. Venus transiting this part of your chart is also super helpful when it comes to you getting legal advice, legal support. If you need it. If you don't need it, then that's totally fine. If you are involved in any matter, any issue of a legal nature, again, I do believe you are going to appreciate this transit. Now, before Venus goes into Libra, it's going to be in Virgo in your 8th house. From the beginning of, actually as of September, but essentially from the beginning of October until the 13th of October. And Venus transiting this part of your chart, which is the 8th house, might actually have you maybe pay some things for other people, maybe make some gifts, cover some expenses, maybe for family members. I don't know if you're going to be always happy to do that, but you may ultimately believe that it's the best solution to whatever issue this person is dealing with for the time being. Now I'm going to do this thing where I go back to the beginning of the month, and we're going to take October, the most important dates of October in chronological order. Starting off with the 1st of October, Mercury squares Jupiter. Lots of big talks, important conversations at work, big talks with colleagues who are maybe based abroad, clients that are maybe based abroad, people from different countries, different cultures. There could be multiple languages that are spoken. I feel like you could be talking about creative things, creative projects. There may be news of you having to travel for work purposes. It feels like the energy overall mentally is quite optimistic and positive and focused on the glass half full, but there can be this tendency to kind of like overinflate the facts and maybe present things, maybe not you, maybe other people, they could present things in a much more positive light than they actually are. I almost envisage this aspect between Mercury and Jupiter as, I don't know, maybe like a salesperson promising the sky and the sea and the stars and the moon to a client, and then you're thinking, what on earth is this person talking about? I'm going to have to deliver on their promises, and that's just not feasible. So do make sure to manage the expectations of clients. 6th of October, like I said, Mercury goes into your house of career until the end of October, until the 29th. So your mind is going to be very focused on work, professional matters. You may actually be called to speak in public. You may have some public presentations to make. People might really be interested in what you think in the professional space. I mean, generally, they might be interested in what you think, but now more than ever, it might feel like your voice is heard in a very sort of like public way. You are being asked to present your thoughts and your opinions publicly. So there's going to be a high level of exposure. 7th of October, full moon in Aries. activating your third house, ninth house axis. I mean, for some people, this could bring a trip. It could be a short distance trip. You might travel to see someone. You might travel for work purposes. You might have a very, very important and successful conversation with a client, with a boss, with a manager, with a leader. So a very productive time to have important conversations in the professional sphere. It is a great time to reach out to people. It's a great time to call things by their name. It's a great time to make those phone calls. It's a great time to send those emails. Things are happening. You might also have some sort of a public presentation that you need to make. As I said, it's actually a month for that, especially in the professional sphere. You may also talk to a cousin or a sibling or a relative, maybe not a parent necessarily, about their future, about their goals, about where they're headed. Some of you could be also taking care of a matter connected with transportation. I mean, you could be booking plane tickets, train tickets, maybe taking the car to the garage to make sure that it's kind of like all in good condition for a road trip, for example. So those are the main kind of like areas of interest. Now, if you are taking any sort of exam, you're probably going to pass with flying colors. It could be a physical exam. It could be like a theoretical exam. It doesn't matter. And you're probably going to finish like early in a good way. 11th of October, Venus opposes Saturn. I mean, you're just not on the same page with someone when it comes to a financial matter. It could be someone that you really love, you really appreciate. Maybe it's a family member, maybe it's a parent, but you're just not seeing eye to eye. Maybe you're thinking that they're overspending. Maybe you've been supporting them financially in some shape or form, and you kind of like want that to come to an end. There could also be a little bit of a difficult interaction that you have with someone dear to you, someone close to you. Again, I am thinking of a family member, especially. You could have a little bit of a difficult interaction with them because you don't have the same value system. And interestingly enough, they seem to be the ones that are more fastidious and the perfectionist ones, and you seem to be the more tolerant one and the more accepting one in this situation. And they might insist for perfection, and you might say, hey, perfection is not going to happen. We just got to accept that. So a little bit of a strain on a relationship. It's not a long-term thing. It's just a short-term thing. And if money is an issue, then just talk it out. And I feel like if you are dissatisfied with something, if you are starting to become a little bit resentful, you have to say it. You have to say it so that the relationship doesn't turn sour over time. 14th of October, I did give you a heads up. Please, if you can, don't travel. If you meet anyone, do be aware, especially from a romantic standpoint, do be aware of the fact that they might not be super, super, super honest with you. Also, do be aware that sometimes people can say what they think you want to hear, and they might not be giving you the correct information. And one of those days could be the 14th of October. They might not be sharing things as they are, but as they think you want to hear them as. So do inquire. Also 14th of October, Venus trines, let's see, Uranus and Pluto. I actually like this day because there can be an unexpected maybe invitation, maybe an unexpected encounter with someone that you really like talking to. You could have an original, unique idea from a creative standpoint. If you go to a cultural event or to a museum or to the theater, you could be super inspired, and you might come home and immediately translate the inspiration into something actionable when it comes to your creative projects. It is actually a good time to socialize, the 14th of October, but romantically just employ a little bit of reserve and caution. You might also hear some really good news connected with children, and especially connected with their education around the 14th of October. So it's a mixed bag kind of day. Pluto goes direct also on the 14th of October in your own sign. So as of the end of 2024, as of November of 2024, Pluto's been coming in, especially for Aquarius risings, and it's been transforming your whole outlook upon life. Well, that continues. Your sense of self, your outlook upon life, your identity, the way that you present yourselves in the world, Aquarius risings, is continuing to experience this intense kind of burst of energy, the rebirth kind of energy, the death and rebirth kind of energy, the transmutation kind of energy. A lot of your kind of like buried and hidden potential is also coming to the surface, which I actually like. I actually do like that, Aquarians. 17th of October, you're just having this challenging interaction at work with maybe people who are either literally not speaking the same language, or they're just not seeing eye to eye, and you're trying to get the job done. And I feel like you're the one who can get the job done, but these people are like bickering, or they're not seeing eye to eye. They don't want to empathize with the other person. They don't want to put themselves into the other person's shoes. And you kind of have to almost play a little bit the role of the, I was about to say of the therapist, but of course that's an exaggeration. I'm just joking here. You might really need to sort of manage their feelings a little bit and at the same time get the job done, which for the objective Aquarius energy and you could feel like a little bit of a pain in the back. I'm not gonna lie. So nothing like really awful, but yeah, just some challenging interactions in the workspace. I did mention the 20th of October. Speak up, speak up, speak up. The world is listening. 21st of October, new moon in Libra in your 9th house, ruled by Venus in Libra. This is beautiful. This new moon is bringing some sort of a fresh start that you are very pleased with, that you're very happy with, that can kind of like bring a lot of joy and pleasure in the long term when it comes to one of the following. When it comes to your academic path, your educational path, when it comes to your connection with foreign lands and foreign countries, so your connection with like other cultures, the abroad, the big abroad. Does anyone say that? No. This new moon can also bring in a new mentor in your life, a new guide. You might experience a fresh start when it comes to your worldview, your life philosophy, something that really makes you feel very, very at peace on the inside. You could also start a collaboration with someone from a different country. There's all sorts of like supportive energy flowing in around this time, Aquarius. So I absolutely love this new moon. Neptune re-enters your house of income. Neptune re-enters Pisces on the 22nd of October. So I feel like you still have some things that you need to figure out until the beginning of the year from a financial perspective. The sun goes into Scorpio on the 23rd of October in your house of career. More energy, more vitality, going into your professional sector, but also going into your public life. So again, you're called to go out into the world. You're called to take a more kind of like public sort of like a stance, to be in the spotlight a lot more over the next month. 24th of October, Sun square Pluto. You might have a little bit of an ego clash with someone in a position of power. They're maybe trying to control you. You are, let's face it, totally and completely resistant to being controlled. And let's also face it, Aquarians don't necessarily like authority that much. We like equality. We believe in equality. We like humanity. Forgive me if I sound like a dumb person when I present things in this sort of like super generalized way. But in the interest of time, I'm just going to go with it. Yeah, you're probably not going to respond well to how someone in a position of authority interacts with you around the 24th of October, Aquarius. Mercury, however, is in a trine to Jupiter. Even if you are feeling maybe a little bit patronized by someone, I believe they actually can be someone who can help you be very successful from a professional perspective. There's a lot of good stuff happening on the work front, I will say. So this day, 24th of October, even if you have a bit of a challenging interaction with someone professionally, things are going really well on the work front. Ideas are flowing, opportunities are flowing, things are functioning really, really well. 25th of October, Mercury trines Saturn. You are doing some fantastic work, some really like like heavy lifting from a mental perspective in the professional sphere, and you're being appreciated. You are seeing some really good results. I also believe that you're kind of like cracking something. So maybe something that was hard to figure out from a work standpoint. You're finally cracking it around the 25th of October, 28th of October, maybe also day before and day after. Again, things are moving fast in a really great direction professionally, Aquarians. Don't be afraid to take action. Don't be afraid to take a leap of faith. And also don't be afraid to ask for what you deserve from a financial perspective. You do seem to have this like window of opportunity sometime between the 24th until the 29th to jump upwards professionally, to either take a better paying job, to get a better paying client, to sign a new client, to get a raise, to welcome a new source of income, or to welcome more money generally in your life. So time and action is of the essence. So don't waste time. Go. That's just my recommendation. Now, if you're thinking, hey, I'm not working, how can this affect me? Well, Aquarius risings, to you, I say, there's a lot of positive developments happening in your professional, not just in your professional sphere, but if you're not working, like clearly that doesn't apply, in your public sphere. So when it comes to your status, when it comes to your reputation, your actions towards improving your status and your reputation are being met with really, really good feedback. 29th of October, Mercury opposes Uranus. I feel like this could be a last minute change of plans when it comes to a fun, enjoyable, entertaining activity. So maybe last minute, a friend lets you know that they can't accompany you to I don't know, like an event that they said that they would accompany you to. There could be some unexpected developments on the romantic front as well, but also when it comes to children. Surprise, and really out of nowhere kind of news and information coming to your attention, which could bring with it a change in plans. Again, I would not think of the worst. I mean, it could just be you needing to be a little bit more flexible, but I would remember that the 29th of October can bring a sudden change of plans. Pisces suns and Pisces risings. What is going on, Pisces, in October? Loads is going on. I will just say this. And I have to start off by giving a shout out to two of the most important transits of the month. Mars in Scorpio and Venus in Libra. Now, Mars is going to be transiting Scorpio together with Mercury, together with the Sun a little bit later, through your 9th house. To me, that says that you're going to be putting a lot of energy, a lot of thought into traveling, legal matters, academic matters, spiritual matters, your connection with foreign lands and foreign countries, your connection and your maybe collaborations with guides, coaches, mentors, legal advisors, potentially. I do have to say Mars is in domicile in Scorpio. So for the most part, I actually like October generally when it comes to traveling. So if you have to travel, if you have to get things done, and that involves a trip, that involves you jumping on a plane, then I say, make it happen. Take action. Jump on a plane. Just do it. You are going to be very motivated to do these things. Let's put it this way. You might also feel very motivated to stand up and to defend what you believe in. You might be very vocal when it comes to standing up and defending what you believe in, especially around the 20th of October, maybe also day before and day after, when Mercury conjuncts Mars. So you're going to use your words as weapons to defend your belief system, maybe also to defend someone, to speak on behalf of someone, to defend their position. You might also speak up on behalf of a family member. You might also take rapid action involving a legal matter when it comes to home and family or like property and real estate issues around the 20th of October. To me, it looks like you're going to get the job done, but you have to move fast, think fast, and maybe even speak fast, but not necessarily. It's more about what you say than, of course, the speed. at which you say things. Venus in Libra, 13th of October all the way until the first week of November. This is lovely. I mean, Venus is going to be transiting your 8th house, so it's going to be lovely. In what sense? Intimacy-wise, the 8th house is the house of intimacy. So you're probably going to enjoy spending time with your romantic partner a great deal, let's put it this way. Your partner, if you do have a partner, can benefit from this transit from a financial perspective. So maybe your partner is getting a bonus, potentially. Maybe your partner is getting a raise, potentially. You might be inclined to giving gifts to others, but also there is a very high possibility of you receiving gifts from others. Venus transiting the 8th house, and I do want to give you this quick caveat. This is not financial advice. You are completely responsible for your financial decisions. Venus transiting the 8th house can also bring some positive results and some good opportunities on the investments front. So you could see your investments go up in terms of value. There could be some good opportunities to invest. You might attract investors or funding or sponsorships or like money from other people in some shape or form. So this is a great transit for those who are fundraising, for instance. Now, the one day that I don't like is the 14th of October when Venus opposes Neptune. So if an investment opportunity seems too good to be true, it probably is. If something seems too expensive, I mean, that's all, of course, like super subjective, but if it feels too expensive, then maybe it is, and you need to do a little bit more digging when it comes to whether it's worth putting your money behind it. I would be careful when it comes to people trying to rip you off around the 14th of October in a very charming way. So you might end up paying more for something that is worth less. So do employ caution. From a financial perspective. The 14th of October can also be a little bit of a disappointing day when it comes to maybe something that you had planned together with a romantic partner. Maybe they're having to cancel, or maybe they have to disappoint you because they can't make it for whatever reason, or maybe they just don't like what you've planned. The opposite is also possible. So maybe they planned something for you, maybe they've bought something nice for you, maybe they have a gift for you and you don't like it. And alas, that's the thing with gifts. Sometimes it's a little bit hit and miss. Ultimately, I obviously do believe that the relationship is probably more important than the gift itself. So if you are a tiny bit disappointed, maybe it's best. I don't know. That's going to be up to you. But maybe you can conceal it a little bit so that it doesn't show that much. But obviously, read the room. That is my recommendation to you. That is my suggestion to you. Also on the 14th of October, Venus trines Uranus and Pluto. I feel like the relationship with someone very close to you, it could be a romantic partner, it could be a family member, is going through a really positive transformation. There could be a lot of healing involved. There could be forgiveness. There could be acceptance. There could be a transformation for the better. Quite surprisingly so, I dare say. There could also be some really unexpected good news coming your way from a family member. Maybe you are super happy for them, but maybe you also feel like, oh God, I have to be really careful not to divulge their secret because they might ask you to keep things under wraps. Now I'm going to go back in time and start chronologically, Pisces. So Venus, before it goes into Libra, it's going to be transiting until the 13th of October, your 7th house of relationships. So do take advantage of this period. When it comes to if you're single, going out, dating, etc. The only exception would be the 11th of October when Venus opposes Saturn. If you are in a relationship with someone, then you may feel like things are sort of like improving. On the relationship front, you're working well together. Maybe you're working well together towards a joint goal. Collaborations, including from a professional perspective, are likely to function really well until the 13th of October, with the exception of the 11th when you don't seem to see eye to eye with someone. 1st of October, Mercury squares Jupiter. I feel like you could be talking to someone about their secrets, maybe about their romantic secrets. There's also a possibility, if you have kids, that your child could reveal to you some of their secrets, and maybe they are also revealing a more vulnerable side. A lover could also be revealing a more vulnerable side around the 1st of October. I feel like it's really important to acknowledge their feelings and not to, like, if they're going through a tougher time, not to try to paint everything in a more positive light than it needs to be painted in. So maybe they just need someone to listen as opposed to needing someone to uplift them and play the role of the coach. 6th of October, Mercury goes into Scorpio until the 29th. As I said, your mind is going to be very focused on travel, legal matters, educational matters, the big picture. You're going to be thinking very strategically until the end of the month. You might also have some important conversations and interactions with your partner, your significant other, about legal matters, travel, like trips, booking trips, and so on. 7th of October, we've got a full moon in Aries, activating your financial axis. I mean, I like this full moon because it's ruled by Mars and domicile, so I think you're going to like it too. I feel like you're getting paid. Pisces, you are probably getting paid, and you are getting paid, I think, a lot. Now, the caveat to this, the disclaimer to this is, if you've taken any action to get paid, what does that mean? If you've taken any action to bring more clients on board, to get a raise, to get a better paying job, then that's where you're getting paid. That's where the money's going up. If you haven't taken action, then maybe you're not going to benefit as much of the energy of this full moon. You could also be paying for something that is really important to you, and it feels like an achievement. It feels like something important that you've accomplished. You could be paying for your education. You could be paying for a holiday. You could be paying for a legal matter. You could be paying for your new, I don't know, like passport, for instance. I repeat, it feels like an achievement. Money is going to be on your mind. You could also be thinking about what action needs to be taken on the financial front. And I repeat, you are thinking very strategically. I like the energy of this full moon. If you are looking to buy something, to secure something, I believe you're going to find exactly what you need around the time of this full moon. But you probably have to act fast. You probably have to secure whatever the thing is. You have to secure it immediately. So maybe you can send in a deposit. Maybe you can, like, I don't know, like jump in the car and go pick it up immediately, because there's probably going to be multiple parties interested. As I said, 11th of October, Venus opposes Saturn. You don't seem to be on the same page with someone, but it's just a temporary thing. They're trying to please you, but they are hitting a little bit of a wall with you because you're just not in the right state of mind. And they're trying to be practically helpful, but what you need is someone to be more compassionate as opposed to practically helpful. Pluto goes direct on the 14th of October in your 12th house. A lot of excavations, metaphorically speaking, happening behind the scenes in your life. A lot of transformations happening behind the scenes in your life, and they continue with Pluto going direct. I mean, they're going to continue for the next 2 decades, so that's that. 17th of October, I believe you're in a little bit of a pickle from a financial standpoint. Now, it's not because you don't have the money. You're doing well financially. Things are looking good. But you're in a little bit of a pickle because maybe you want to pay for something. And your partner potentially, or someone quite dear to you, doesn't think that whatever it is that you're paying for is worth the money. So you might not be on the same page. Now, you might be very frustrated because you might be thinking, hey, this is my money. I can do what I want with it. And I don't need to give you any reasons as to why this is so important to me. I don't need to justify every single expense to you. But at the same time, maybe there's a part of you that thinks, hey, maybe they have a point. Maybe I am being a little bit rash. Maybe I am being a little bit hasty with how I spend the money. There's a possibility that if you have kids, you might need to spend some money on an activity connected with them. So maybe, I don't know, like a trip, or it could be something more on the games and entertainment side. And that's where you might not necessarily be on the same page with your partner as to whether it is worth paying for this thing for your kid or not. You're going to I feel like you're going to figure it out. And part of me also feels like you're probably going to give in and ultimately give them the money to buy the thing or to pay for the, I don't know, like trip. 20th of October, Mercury conjuncts Mars in Scorpio. As I've said, your mind is super sharp. It's really fast. You're thinking on your feet. Your mind is this sort of, I almost want to call it this weapon that you can tap into in times of emergency. And you are seeing things really, really well from a strategic perspective. So I would recommend acting on those kind of like strategic hunches, if that makes sense. New moon, 21st of October in Libra in your 8th house, ruled by Venus in Libra. I like this. It's a great new moon. I mean, this can bring a fresh start. It can bring good news connected with your partner's finances. I repeat, maybe they're making more money. Maybe they're getting a better paid job. This could be a fresh start when it comes to your investment sector. It looks like things are starting to look much better, but it will probably take some time to see the full-blown results on the investment front. Maybe you're deciding that you're finally going to start investing for some people. You could also get some really good news when it comes to loans, debts, taxes, mortgages. Maybe your mortgage has been approved. Maybe you're starting fresh when it comes to taxes, credit cards. Maybe you've paid off your credit card. Maybe you've paid off your debts, and it feels like you can relax, which I like. 22nd of October, Neptune comes back into your first house in Pisces. Neptune just kind of like brings this murking of the waters, this fog in regards to who you are, where you're going to next, and it can also bring this element of like fatigue, I want to say. Neptune likes to relax, likes to escape, it likes to avoid, or let's say transcend reality. But the thing is, you're going to have a lot of reality to face over the next few months. To me, it looks like you might just need extra rest. Make sure that you get plenty of sleep so that you can do what needs to get done. Not in a negative sense of the word, but do what needs to get done, as in you've got some goals. You know what you want to accomplish, so make sure that your body is well rested. The sun goes into Scorpio on the 23rd of October. As I've said, Scorpio season begins, and again, the spotlight's going to be placed on the big picture, travel, academic matters, legal matters, foreign lands, foreign countries, and so on. The sun is squaring Pluto, so on the 24th of October, you might experience maybe a change in terms of travel plans. Maybe an unexpected element comes to the surface when it comes to your work. Maybe you need to postpone a trip. There could be things that you become aware of on the health front as well around the 24th of October that were sort of like hidden, that were not immediately visible, that were not immediately obvious to you. Now, that doesn't mean that they are like awful things, but it's just something that you did not have knowledge of. The thing is, you are probably going to be in a great place to take action, to make things happen, to improve if anything needs to be improved on the health front. Mercury is going to trine Jupiter on the 24th of October. I feel like this is a great day to, despite them maybe like change in plans from a travel perspective, maybe also from a work perspective, it could be a great day to have fun, to spend the time talking, socializing, exchanging ideas with someone that is maybe passionate about the same things that you're passionate about. It could be a great day to brainstorm. It could be a great day to get inspired by watching a play, going to the theater, and so on. Your mind is receiving this like influx of creative energy. So if you need to write anything creative, do take advantage of the 24th of October. 25th, Mercury trines Saturn. You are accomplishing something that required a lot of concentration and focus, and you're doing this successfully. Maybe it's something that took a long time to get to this point, so you're happy to see it get out of your life. 28th, 29th of October, Mars trines Jupiter. I mean, have fun, go out, I feel like saying play sports, play games, be competitive, maybe attend like a game or like a sporting event. It could be super entertaining. I feel like these are also good days to take action on the romantic front. So if you want to wow someone, if you want to sweep them off their feet, if you want to get away from the world with them, if you want to take them on an impromptu trip, I like it. I feel like these are also days in which you're very driven, very motivated by what you believe in. You're motivated to take action. You feel inspired. You feel protected. You feel like the universe has got your back. And guess what? It probably does. Just saying. 29th of October, Mars trine Saturn. Once again, you're achieving some really kind of like hard, difficult task. Things are working out really well from a financial perspective for you. You're achieving your financial goals. Maybe you're putting your money towards something that feels really solid financially. You could be paying for something connected with education, legal matters, travel also, but it feels like an accomplishment. It feels like money very well spent. It feels like you were waiting for this to happen and now it is finally happening. 29th of October, Mercury goes into Sagittarius and it opposes Uranus. Now, this can be quite a disruptive day. Disruptive in terms of something malfunctioning either in the workplace or at home, something connected or at both, something connected with technology, digital devices. So let's say you work remotely from home, your Wi-Fi could stop working and you were on this super important meeting and all of a sudden, like your Zoom call is over. What do you do? So I would recommend having some sort of a backup. Essentially, things might change at the very last minute, either at home or in the workspace, and you might need to kind of accommodate these unexpected changes by being really swift, by thinking on your feet, by coming up with an outside of the box solution. Let's say there's also a possibility that a family member could have some really surprising news for you. Maybe all of a sudden they're letting you know, I'm selling my house. I mean, that could be a bit of an exaggeration, but it could be something of this nature. So expect the unexpected in terms of information, news, announcements from family members. My lovely Pisces. Folks, I want to thank you for tuning in for your October horoscope. Please let us know in the comments how October unfolds for you. If my content is interesting, if it's useful, don't forget to give it a like, give it a thumbs up, subscribe, obviously, if you haven't, and share it with your friends. If you want to work with me, remember that I work with clients one-to-one. I am a full-time consulting astrologer, and you can purchase a consultation, a personal astrology reading with me from my website, which is written in the stars-astrology.com. It's also in the pinned comment and in the description box. And remember that there's always a little bit of a waiting period. It could be a couple of weeks. It could be more than a couple of weeks. It could be up to a month and a half from the moment that you make the payment on my website until the moment that we actually meet on Zoom via Zoom video call. The end of the year generally is really busy because I think because people think about the future more. They're getting ready to kind of like set intentions, set goals, make plans, and align themselves with the cosmic tides for the following year. If you are active on Instagram or TikTok, I'm also active there, mostly on Instagram, more so than TikTok. And my Instagram handle is at Rux Unbelievable in one word. So if you're there, give me a follow if you would like to see some more personal updates on my end as well. Thank you, and I will see you next time. Bye.